exciting for me. Piggy cat. Alright. How close do I want these to be to each other? Maybe not that close.
My mic was muted. Of course my microphone was muted. Well, does it not mute? Okay. So, we have this game. I told you I'd get it up and running. I haven't done anything to it. So, yeah. I am very nervous about this. I know, I'm doing it too. You're doing the same thing I am. I'm waiting to see if my co-host will even show up. Because I don't want to do this myself. Hang on. No. You guys will notice that when I'm nervous, I'll rub my hands back and forth. Like, yeah. Okay, the fact that I agreed to doing this just should tell you how much of a madman I am. This really is your fault. I wouldn't have done this if you hadn't talked me into it. So like this is on you. This is on nobody but you. Oop. I'm trying to convince Aiden right now to come. You did talk me into it! You're the one who sent me You're the one who sent me Alex Hirsch playing this, and so... You see, when you say I don't care, do it, that means yes, do it, in my book. So yes. You really had to just come and terrify me like this. I hate it. I hate it already. Nobody's joining. Nobody wants to feel my pain. Hey there, Luna Moth Eclipse. You just came in at the worst possible day. That is definitely talking me into it. Alright, should we get started? Oh boy. What has this become? And now my phone is buffering. As it does. As it does. Okay. I think the internet just died on my phone, which is hilarious. Okay, well. Oh, how is this the worst possible day? How is this the worst possible day? You have no clue what you just walked into. Okay, should we get started, or does anybody want an explanation of what we're playing? Oh goodness, we already have 5 viewers! Oh no! Okay, so for anybody who doesn't know what we're playing, this is Swooning Over Stans, the Gravity Falls Grunkle dating simulator. You can blame Crystal Dragon in chat for this happening. She gave me acknowledgement that this game existed. I know. I am going to let you guys vote for who I do first. I'm going to do both routes. I'm going to commit to this. I'm going to do both routes. But I'm going to let you guys pick who I do first. So, we... Okay. I'll start. Okay. Hang on. Let me just adjust the audio really quickly. Okay. There we go. It's loud in my ears. Sorry. Also, I should warn you, I will be clicking back and forth for a bit just because my phone is not loading chat. Okay. So, reading. Good old road trips, full of promise, ripe with potential for adventure, soul-searching, and incredible scenery. Or at least that's what you thought before the novelty wore thin. As of now, your legs are cramping up. You've exhausted your travel playlist 2 times over, and your stomach is begging for something to eat. On top of all that, you're pretty sure you're lost. Driving through Oregon paints a picture of trees, and more trees, especially on the endless winding roads that you're taking up north. All that breaks the pattern is a sign that zips past, with words that you're just able to make out. Gravity Falls. Mr. Cypher, scared and excited? Yeah, you should be. The road continues on giant redwoods, looming on both sides. You find yourself anticipating something, because as you drive on, you can feel it. Something strange is about to happen here. Something weird. And that's when it happens. Your car picks up speed. The change came out of nowhere, and you quickly put your foot on the brakes. But horrifyingly, the car seems to be driving on its own willpower. Trying to stay calm, despite the panic welling in your chest, you pull the emergency brake, only to find that the car resists and keeps moving forward, like something is pulling it. The car begins to rattle, the wheels screech against the country road, and you're screaming until crash! Oh boy. Oh boy. What did you do? What did you do, Bill? Also, thank you for the follow, Patacom. Oh yeah, I gotta make the poll. So I'm gonna make a poll and I'm gonna let it sit for a little while. And we're gonna let this poll sit for, let's say 5 minutes. Vote away, people. Vote away. Okay. There's smoke. Why is there smoke? You cough, fumble for the door, and manage to undo the lock just before the door is wrenched outward from your grasp. Something lands on your shoulder. A hand. Are you alright? Oh, I have to do the Ford voice, don't I? I have to do voices. Oh, no. A man stands at your open door, his hand on your shoulder. Leaves it. Bleh. Hand on your shoulder leaves to tilt your head up. And he pulls a flashlight from his coat, shining it in your eyes. 2 blinks, and he lets your chin go. His eyes dart over the rest of you, looking for injuries. Still stunned, all you do is watch. What's your name? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. So, I've decided that we are going with Stanford as the name, just for the ever so slight confusion. Ah! It's only Ford. How is he not already? Sixer, how is he not already? Bill, no! It won't let me enter Stanford. It won't let me enter Stanford. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. So here's a question. Do we enter in my name? Or do we just... How do we do this? How do we want to do this? Stanford next Stanford. This is what you signed up for. You wanted this. Hey there. Hey there, Blanky. You guys. No. Okay. Let's try this again. Let's just see. It really won't let me do it. Okay. So do we then just want to enter in Marcus, or? Hello, Cola. Ford Smarter. No. Okay. We're gonna enter in my name. Him. I like how Ford just up and asks, what are your pronouns? Like, dang, I wish we could have more people like that in the world. Marcus, I'm Stanford Marcus, I'm Stanford Pines. Ford for short. I would shake your hand, but you look shaken up enough as it is. You seem fine as far as I can tell, but you shouldn't head back there anytime soon. Where on earth were you driving in such a hurry? You open your mouth to explain, though the voice calls from inside the house. Point Dexter, this better not be another one of your experiments again. I've had this place rebuilt too many times to... The owner of the voice walks out of the house and stops slack-jawed at the sight of your car and the sight of, you're guessing, his house. You must have hit your head earlier because you swear you're seeing double. Yeah, it really is all Bill's fault. Gosh, this is the most active chat I think I've had at the most embarrassing thing I could be doing right now. No, nobody's shaking your hand, Bill. Okay, 4-1 the poll. Thank you guys for voting. Hello, Solo. Why is it that when I decide to play a game that makes me flustered and embarrassed, my chat goes off the hook and my viewers are as high as ever? You guys love seeing me suffer. Sweet Moses Ford, you've done it this time. What, this had nothing to do with me. I was just testing my magnet gun and it must have pulled this victim of circumstance into the house. I suppose it is entirely my fault. I'm incredibly sorry. Alright, guys, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I'm getting an overwhelming amount of cry. Okay. You shall cry. A tear streaks down your cheek. A tear streaks down your cheek, and before you know it, you're crying. Both men look intensely uncomfortable, but Ford reaches out to give you a hesitant pat on the shoulder. Hey, look, it's Do I have to do a Stan voice? Suffer, Ford, suffer. Thank you for the bit, Solo. I'll get your snack in a minute. Okay, here's the question, and I'm gonna do a poll for this. Okay, and we'll do this for a 2-minute poll. And I will then redeem Blanky's snack. Okay, let me grab a snack. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, whatever this is. Just gonna eat it. Smells good. I think it's Baby Ruth. Hang on. Yeah, you're still Mabel, Blakey. Oh boy. Oh boy. I hate my life. I am just waiting for the poll to finish up, but I'm pretty sure you guys want Gravity Falls voices. That's what I'm getting. Okay. I hate all of this. I hate you guys so much. Okay. Oh boy. And note, these voices will not be the utmost accurate. Gosh, it actually won. These voices will not be the utmost accurate, but it will... Okay. They'll have to do. Hey, look. Oh, gosh. How do I do a Stan voice? Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Okay. Hey, look. Oh, boy. This is gonna be hard. I don't think I can actually do a Stan voice. I don't think I can do a Stan voice. Why does everybody want me to suffer? Okay. Hey, look, it's fun, alright? Sure, there's a dent in the hood from the shack signage and a crack in the windshield, but that looks like an ominous triangle, but I'm sure she'll still run. You try to start up this car. It sputters, but ultimately nothing happens. You feel like crying again. Oh. Well, let's call a tow truck for this unfortunate soul here and forget. Oh boy. Hang on. I just ruined my voice. Hang on. I'll take care of it. You're right, it's cheaper to tow it yourself, Sixer. Get that magnet gun out again. No, Stanley, I'm going to fix this. What? Ha! You fix this mess. I figured out a few alien vehicles in my time. Nah, you kidding me? It takes some sort of miracle worker to bring this baby back to life. This miracle worker is on vacation. Stanley, a moment. Ford and Stanley turn away, and you're left to your thoughts. Who could anticipate a car accident like this in the middle of a road trip? You could take care of the car, but how are you going to get home? They run buses out here, right? So take a bus out of here. And then... Oh, boy. Hang on, then. Does anybody want to explain to Cola Poppy that my secondary name is Ford? Is this something that we should explain, or... Bill, will you explain? It's okay. I am hoping that my assortment of voices will get better as the day goes on. I hear it takes about 3 hours to get through one of these routes, so we'll see how well that goes. No, I won't love you, Bill. There are more people swooning over me in this chat than have my entire life. This is hilarious. Whether you meant Ford on there or Ford over here, it's still funny. Yeah, it's also your fault. Okay. My throat is not doing good. Ford clears his throat, shifting a little awkwardly in place. Seems like they've finished their talk. So, there are a few options. My brother Stanley here can drive you out of town to find a place to stay for the night, or you could stay the night here. We have some maps and information that you can look through in the gift shop. And in the morning, we can help you with your car. What do you say? Just as you're about to answer, another high-pitched voice comes from inside the house. Oh boy, no! I already know what this is. This is Mabel. No. Who's ready for me to butcher Mabel? Okay, Cola. See you in a minute. Okay. Uncle Stan, picture this, a whole week of... Oh my gosh! The girl that runs to the house comes to a halt at the sight of your car. Oh, great. Uncle Ford? Why is it that everybody automatically thinks I'm at fault? Well, this time it is my fault, but I invited Marcus here to stay with us for the night. If you'd like, I'm sure I could fix this. I just have to figure out how. Stanley sighs. Oh boy. Oh boy. I hate doing a Stan voice. I hate it with a passion. I just got my throat cleared too. I could take a look. Being on vacation is pretty boring. And an old Stan mobile hasn't made a tune-up yet, so it wouldn't be too bad to work on something in the meantime. Thank you, Stanley. I'm sure I could put something together from the gadgets I have laying around. If you need any specialized tools to help you with the job. Oh boy. And let me introduce myself. I'm Mabel. You can ask me anything. I pretty much know everything there is to know about this place. Wait, hold on. I haven't even said anything yet. I appreciate your offer to let me stay. And to repair your car. It'll be good as new as my hands. I mean, look at my Stanmobile. She's been through the ringer who knows how many times, and she's still a beaut. He points to an old red car parked in the distance way. You can't really see how beautiful it is at this distance, but he sounds very confident. Alright, suspicious or fortuitous? Well, this turn of events is... as desperate as Mabel. Where's Mermondo? I don't know. Alright guys, what is this? What is this scene of events? Okay, here's the thing. I have seen the fortuitous option. Got spooked by some otter. Sus. Okay. Cola, do you want the link to this game? Here, hang on. I can get you the link to this game. Hang on, I'm finding it. Lost my tab. Here you go, Cola. Here you go. There you go. I have it copied too, so if you need it again, just let me know. I get the feeling that my co-host just bailed on me. So, like, yay. To do this by myself. Okay. Do you need me to send the link again, Cola? Okay. So we're going with suspicious. Free repairs, free lodging? What is this? The setup to a murder? You can see the headline now. Unsuspecting tourist dies mysterious death in backwater town. But at least the jury's still out on these people. The cost of auto repair anywhere else would show you no mercy. Well, I accept. Thanks for the help. And my apologies again. What an embarrassment. I must have made such an elementary mistake. As the pines lead you inside the house, Mabel leaves her number in your phone to call whenever, and you find out that fourth twin goes by Stan. Okay. Oh boy. Yep. Okay. This part's the house, but just outside the door's the mystery shack. Hey, you ever been to the mystery shack before? I wanted to, actually. I saw a bumper sticker while I was on the road and got curious. You're interrupted by a loud triumphant ha! These bumper stickers were good to mess it. Sixer says they're too plain and graphically simplistic and don't even have an address on them. Stanley, how is anyone supposed to find this place to attract customers? Sixer, did you hear that? Well, they are oh boy. Hang on. I have no clue how loud I'm talking either. I hope I'm not talking ridiculously loud, but that's kind of what you have to do when you're doing voices, so. Also, you guys are gonna notice that I'm going to keep, like, shifting myself with the face cam. I made a deal that I would do face cam, but I am blind. So reading means that I have to get a bit closer, so the face cam might always not look right. Four's mind now picks up Four's try me, bitch! Oh my gosh. Oh boy. You see, the confusing thing is I have no clue if you're talking about Ford as a game Ford or me. Brother. Uh-huh. That sounds like some Doki Doki literature shit, Mabel. Okay. Well, they are glad. I can't. Well, well, they are graphically simplistic. I don't know how you found. Well, they are graphically simplistic. I don't know how he found the place, let alone what is the mystery? I can't read. I don't know how he found this place, let alone thought what is the mystery shack was compelling. I kind of liked it. See? See? He kind of liked it. Hey, I like you. How about I give you a tour sometime tomorrow? Regular price. Tomorrow? Oh boy. I hate this. Why did you guys send me up to this? Tomorrow? Then I'll have to I can't freaking do this. I need help. I hate all of you. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Tomorrow, then I'll have to squeeze all of my get to know you questions in today. Marcus, tell me, Capira, yes or no? At that moment, a boy passes through the hallway at the far doorway, and Ford calls out to him. Oh, I have to do a Dipper voice too? Oh, that's gonna... Dipper, my boy, I'm surprised I didn't see you at the scene of the crime. Crime? Wait, oh no, that's Mabel's voice. Crime? What crime? I have an alibi, I swear. Oh, you have someone with you. Hey, haha, I'm not suspicious at all. Did you guys see that car in the side of the shack, though? For a second, I thought Minotaurs were back with a grudge. Yes, about that. Oh, boy. I can't keep switching voices. You guys are gonna kill me. Yes, about that. Dipper, me Marcus. I've, stranded this car here by accident. He's staying here for the time being. Sorry, stranded his car here. You crashed it? I hate you guys enough. You guys are hilarious, you know that? Yeah, that's when Shaq fell on it and everything. And the windows are cracked. One window, the windshield. And Marcus was lucky to make it out. Oh boy. And Marcus was lucky to make it out alive. He's fine, no injuries, thankfully. Magnet gun's rather safe, despite never having been tested in a formal setting. Yeesh, did you not, take safety precautions or anything? Actually, the irony of the situation is that I was trying to install a safety precaution. Hey, oh boy. This voice, physically pains me. Hang on. Too much hair. Hey, if you two are gonna do your nerd talk, I'm gonna get Marcus set up. Oh my gosh, I can't even speak right. Mabel, sweetie, why don't you show Marcus around? Let him stay in, the storage room. That's empty, right? I'll make it empty. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. No dumpster throwing, please. Oh boy. What have I gotten myself into? The rest of the day consists of Mabel showing you the storage room you'll be staying in, then the kitchen, and then the living room, and the hallway, and the bathroom, and pretty much a comprehensive tour of the mundanities of a regular house. I can't. I can't right now. Eventually you find out that the family is even more extended than you do. The decorative dollies make a lot more sense. No, the grandmother normally lives here, and her grandson, Zeus. Or was it Zeus? Whatever the name, you look forward to meeting him when he comes for work in the morning. When you get up to the attic, Maple opens the door to reveal Dipper, notes stuck in his book. But you catch him occasionally glancing up at you as he pretends to read. The next member of the family snorts up at you from Mabel's bed. A rotten pink pig, who Mabel declares is her best friend and partner in crime. Oh boy, I really can't read. Waddles. The two are a perfect match, right down to the chubby cheeks and boopable noses. I like the word boop. Did I ever tell you guys I really like the word boop? You guys are just a frenzy. Wow. You guys are just murdering each other in the chat. Whoa. Calm down, y'all. And in the evening, though you'd still been displayed, and in the evening, though you'd still be in disbelief over the state of your car, the family dinner and after dinner TV marathon you've been invited to made it seem like a normal guest stay rather than a forced circumstance. Returning to the storage room Mabel had shown you earlier, you find an air mattress waiting for you and more pillows and sheets than a summer night warrants. You wake up to the weak glare of sunlight streaming in through the small, high window in the wall. You can't remember your room having this kind of feature, or any hotel or motel room for that matter, and then yesterday comes crashing back to you. You glance at the time to see that you slept till the afternoon. Experiencing the accident yesterday must have left you tired out. Gosh, okay, so I have this recording on like a recording thing and I'm gonna upload it to YouTube later. I swear, if any of you guys go through and pick out literally every single like time that I stutter something and like mess up sentences and whatnot, if you guys do that and you send it to me, I'll gift you a sub. Because I want to know how many times during this entire thing I just stutter. Oh goodness. Oh boy. Yeah, you guys are nut jobs. Despite having been assured yesterday evening that you were free to anything in the fridge, you still feel like you're imposing on the Pines family and try to prepare as plain a guest breakfast as you can. You wash your dishes in the sink before you leave, and just as you're about to exit the kitchen, you bump into Ford. Yes, from yesterday, of course. For a good solid moment, Ford regards you in an awkward silence. Ford clears his throat. I believe Stanley's taking a look at your car outside if you want to be there for it. You give a nod and make leave for real this time when Ford speaks up again. And Marcus, I'm sorry for the accident. If I'd been smarter about, well, let's just say it's entirely my fault, you shouldn't worry about this at all. When it comes down to it, Stanley does have a knack for cars. I predict you'll be on the road in a matter of weeks. Weeks? You can't keep that dismay off your face, and you can't bring yourself to try to either. What am I gonna do with weeks? Ford, who's gotten kind of uncomfortable and closed off when your face fell, recovers at the prospect of a question he can answer. Well, there's the town to tour, of course, and the mystery shack. But if you ask me, all that pales in comparison to... Hold on, do I hear that? Ford turns to the kitchen doorway to investigate. Sounds like... The sound comes again, and this time you hear it as... well as the squeal of a pig, followed by a pair of quick footsteps running down the stairs. Waddles tumbles past the open kitchen doorway, and Mabel comes into view soon after, a few sheets of paper clutched in hand. Ford steps quickly out of the kitchen, and you follow to the doorway, getting there just in time to see the apparent tug-of-war between Mabel and her pig over a saliva-covered sheet of paper. The paper rips, and after nearly toppling backward from her efforts, Mabel recovers, snatching the scrap of ripped paper from Waddle's jaws and lifting both pieces up victoriously. Ha-ha! Ha-ha! Mabel wins again. Now you just gotta find Grunkle Ford! Ford, who'd run forward and held a hand out to steady the energetic child. Hang on. Let me read that sentence again. What did I miss? Mabel's being a real cockblock here, isn't she? Ford, who'd run forward and held a hand out to steady this The sentence does not make sense to me. Hang on. Ford, who'd run forward and held a hand out to steady the energetic child when she'd been in danger of toppling over, now finds a number of crumpled sheets of paper shoved into his hands. Mabel tugs urgently at his coat. Grunkle Ford, you've got to help me. Ford kneels down to face Mabel with a serious, though concerned look. Slow down, Mabel. What's the matter? Dipper found a stack of pages from your old journals. I walked in, and Waters ran up and started eating one, and he must have been chewing on it to warn me, Grunkle Ford, because look! Mabel takes the ripped halves of paper back from Ford's hand and joins them together, holding it up for Ford to see. I see. And you took it as a warning? Oh boy. Yes, it says here that it eats small dogs, and Waddles is a small pig, but he sort of looks like a dog from far away, and Waddles must have feared for his life. Waddles seems to second this notion with a snort, or not, as it seems the pig is lounging adorably a short distance away in the hallway. You can't imagine what this dangerous predator could be. Some kind of wolf? Something bigger? You're suddenly not so keen on the idea of staying anymore. Remember the pterodactyl I told you about? Waddles was so scared that time. I can't let him leave my side. Pterodactyl? You suppose pigs are allowed in museums around here? Oh boy. Gosh, you guys are just... You guys are very active in chat today. How about I finish that repellent I never got around to completing? That'll keep Waddles safe from harm. Mabel flops down on the floor in relief. Grunkle Ford, you're an actual lifesaver. Waddles, you have nothing to fear. Ford chuckles, lifting himself off the kneel and standing back up. All right, I'll go get my recipe. Ford turns to leave, and you suddenly remember that with nothing better to do for the weeks you're going to be here, it wouldn't hurt to get to know Ford. He seems to know what there is to do around town anyway, and you'll need that not to die of boredom in the first week. Or, more pressingly, you could go check on your car and see what Stan's made of it so far. You're not exactly eager to face seeing your car in the side of the house again, though. What should you do? So this is the option that picks Ford or Bill. And you all voted Ford. Oh boy. You guys are really something. Get to know Ford. Ford, wait, oh boy. Ford, wait, need a hand with that recipe? I can handle it myself. You sure you couldn't use a hand? Ford looks away, and you follow his averted line of sight to Mabel, who's just mouthed something that you can't catch. When she catches you looking her way, Mabel gives you a 100-watt smile, the picture of innocence. Ford rubs the back of his neck. Yes, I suppose I can accept some help. And with that, assured that Ford is on the task, you spot Mabel rolling away with Waddles into the living room. Before we get started, I suppose I should give you an introduction. First, tell me, do you believe in the supernatural? The answer for me is no. Gosh, you got... Hey. Kids, calm the fuck down. We could have problems. Kids. Damn it, kids. I should have a better Stan voice. Does he mean ghosts and stuff, paranormal beings, encounters with extraterrestrials? You suddenly feel the urge to laugh, where before you felt distinct unease, but Ford's expression remained serious. Oh, you're about to come face to face with the unexplainable yourself. You see, gravity falls in some quiet, unassuming backwater town. Much more lurks below its surface. Ford pockets the Goodness. What's wrong with you two? I swear. I can't even right now. I can't read, I'm laughing too hard. Ford pockets the crumpled journal papers and gestures for you to join him as he walks. You do, and follow him through the living room and into the gift shop. For example, you must have heard Mabel mention a pterodactyl. Most would say none exist in the living world today, but I say not if you know where to look. Oh gosh, I forgot to do the voice, sorry. If anyone else told you this, you'd be disinclined to believe them, but the authority Ford carries is surprisingly compelling. Ford reaches up under the cashier counter and retrieves a packet of vintage-looking gum. Inspecting it for a moment before slipping it into his pocket, he looks around in thought. Hold on to my explanation for the moment. I need to retrieve some more supplies. Ford ushers you out of the gift shop entrance so that you find yourself on the outside of the shack. Then shuts the door behind you. Oh. Okay. Alright guys, here's the question. Which do we do? I'll let you guys pick some and then I'll pick some. Yeah. I'll let you guys pick this one. What do you guys think? Just put it in chat. Oh gosh. No. You guys stop fighting. Well, Bill's gone. Does Maple have any say in this, or? First one? Okay. Okay. Okay, I see you. The glass is dirty enough that the sunlight hitting it obscures your vision of the room within. You catch a gray and tan blurry figure that must be Ford at the far wall. You lean in too close and have to step back before you leave a conspicuous handprint on the window pane. When you look back in, Ford is gone. You turn back around. You're just going to stand out here until Ford returns. Not too long later, the door opens behind you and Ford joins you outside, looking no different than before. He also stored whatever supplies he'd want to retrieve in his coat. The trench coat falls too naturally on his figure for him to be hiding much. Where were we? Oh, wait, hang on. Where were we? Ah, yes. Ford pulls a pen and paper from his coat, walking as he writes. Just as you're about to head out, he stops and smacks his hand to his face. Oh, shoot, one second. Ford hurries back into the house, realizing he forgot one important component to this adventure, a butterfly net. Before you get a chance to ask, he strides out ahead of you, obviously, in no mind to tell you what it's for quite yet. The pair of you walk past the shack and down a well-worn path into the trees surrounding the house, sunlight peeking between the pines. He double checks whatever he scribbled onto the paper and tucks it back into one of his coat seemingly infinite pockets. He stops and turns to face you with a definitive nod. My recipe for repellent called for a sprig of lavender, 2 thin slices of ginseng, a drop of bat blood, a chunk of amber, and 3.5 milliliters of ink. He pauses, staring down at the path in thought. Obviously, I already have all these components on hand, all except for one last ingredient, a single moth swing. From Mothman itself. You can't help it, you gasp. Ford glances at you and you think you see a hint of smile before he turns back to the path and continues along, wind ruffing through his hair. Oh boy. Safer heard Mothman. And with Bill, you got Cypher excited. See, Mothman is the very creature on that page that Waddles seems to fear. Using a piece of itself should ward it away, or at least lead it to believe that Waddles isn't for eating. I would have already completed the repellent years ago if I had managed to collect that wing. Was it too difficult? Oh, I just never got around to it. Besides, Mothman used to come bad at this lamp I had left out in the backyard. It seemed like such an innocent hobby that I never had the heart to chase it off. But if this brings Mabel and her pig some peace of mind, then the time has come to finish this. Sunlight filters through the trees, causing stapled shadows across Ford's coat as he leads in front of you. Break the silence. Alright, guys, what do we do? No, you're not eating the lamp. Oh, no. I have to say, my throat is not good right now. What do you guys want to pick? Mabel picked the 2? Okay. I was gonna say Mabel picked the last one, so I'll let Bill pick this one. 2. How do you know so much about this stuff? I study anomalies. Anything unusual, strange, and just plain weird. I began my research in this town because it remains, a hotbed of paranormal activity. I made this exact trip years ago, though at the time I had no idea where I was going. It's just dumb luck that I managed to tail Mothman back to its cave from my backyard. Navigating the forest by moonlight is poetic, but not advisable. I made plenty of these discoveries as well, from fairies to gnomes to amalgams of creatures who were never meant to cross to Ford reaches into his pocket and pulls out the slightly crumpled pages Mabel had pushed into his hand earlier, smoothing them out and shuffling through them. Take a look at these. They're more definitive proof than just my word. You accept the pages from him and find that they're scanned pages from some sort of journal, just as you would have heard Mabel say. Fluid cursive tells of Mothman, beard cubs, scamp flies, and more. Ford gestures to them and explains. I detailed my discoveries in a series of research journals. The remaining pages, at least, I wonder where Stanley was keeping these. Did some pretty crazy stuff back then. What now? Which one are we doing now? $34. 34 is not an option. 4. Okay, 4. So we're just gonna walk in silence. Suddenly, Ford puts an arm out in caution, slowing his pace. You narrowly manage not to collide into him, and take a quick glance around to see nothing. Look, there. You see what looks like a bundled up plaited shirt moving along the forest floor. Wait, is that a beaver's tail? It looks like a platypus. What are you doing all the way out here? Did you mean a platypus? Ford shakes his head with a grin. I meant what I said. It's a platypus. A platypus. Oh, gosh. Ford moves into a crouch, but stays at a respectable distance, following the small creature. You watch him, and after a moment, mimic his actions. Ford's giving the creature a bright smile, the first of its kind that you've seen since leaving Mabel at the shack. You're a cute one, aren't you? And in one of my favorite patterns, too. That's cheesy. I can't read if I'm laughing. Sorry, guys. Ford motions for you to move forward a little more to the distance he's maintaining. If I were to rate the oddities that live in this forest on a scale of least to most annoying, these little guys would get immunity. They have done nothing wrong, and I appreciate them for it. As the two of you watch in quiet anticipation, the platypus ambles into the water brook and vanishes from view. What a cute little guy. Hang on, let me get a drink. I'm dying. There's going to be a lot of drinking and getting up to get water and whatnot, and you're gonna hear my voice slowly start to die. Hey there, small boy. Well, the stream is, questionable, at the minimum. Very questionable. I still don't know why I'm playing this game. Bill. Blame Bill. Should have just named the title of the stream Blame Bill. Oh boy. The two of you continue deeper into the forest. The foliage seems denser now, and you look through the treetops for a glimpse of the sun, which has by now dropped low in the sky. It had already been getting late when you left, but you hadn't thought Mothman would be this far out. Almost as though he'd read your mind for answers for you. Mothman is rather reclusive, and as such lives deeper within the forest than bolder creatures, like the gnomes. Are you alright? Huh? That is, are you tired goodness, my voice. That is, are you tired at all? I should have asked sooner. It's just been a long time since I've traveled with anyone now. Stanley tends to speak his mind without my asking. I'm gonna pick this one. I'm fine. I'm glad to hear it. So we still have some time until sunset. Let's wait here for the moth. Meantime, do for fun. Why wait until sunset? Oh boy, what are you guys doing? You mentioned traveling with Stan. I suppose it wouldn't do any harm to tell you. He says that, but the tone of his voice says he's been dying to tell someone for months. I've been sailing with Stanley around the world, chasing after hot spots of anomalous activity. He seemed to view it as a vacation, but I saw it as a chance to pick back up on some serious research. I've been rather eager to break the news of what we found to the world, but I must first organize my findings. And, if I'm honest, I still need some time to get back to the swing of things. Must be strange to come back home after traveling so long, huh? More than you know. Ford laughs, shaking his head behind his glasses. His eyes are downcast, almost sad. You want to ask, but decide to stay silent. Hang on. The moment the sun touches the horizon through the gaps in the tree tops, Ford gestures for the two of you to continue. You hadn't noticed, but you'd been resting within short distance of a small clearing that holds a cylindrical stone marker. We're gonna ignore that word. The stone marker bears an intricate swirls carved into its surface. Ford reaches into his coat and produces the packet of gum from earlier, opening it and dumping the pieces out onto his palm. Gum? Yeah, sure. Unsure of why you came all the way out here to unwrap gum at sunset, you accept a stick of gum. Ford puts the remaining gum in his coat breast pocket. He unwraps the now empty gum packet to reveal that it was hiding a small piece of parchment. Folded up to act as lining. Smooths it out against the stone, holding it under the deep orange-red light of the sunset. You step closer to look over Ford's shoulder. The parchment holds a detailed drawing of the swirls carved into the stone, documenting every crack on the surface. As you watch, a golden cursive unfolds itself across the page, seemingly fueled by the sunset's warm light. Ford reads the words as they appear. Such a place the Mothman doth rest, but please do not disturb his rest. If kidness be something thou bereft, Ford lifts the parchment a little higher to prevent the shadow from obscuring the rest of the line. Follow thy nature and turn left. Alright guys, what if Here, I'll read it again. Such a place the Mothman doth rest, but please do not disturb his rest. If kidness be something thou bereft, follow thy nature and turn left. What do we tell him? Should we tell him to go right? Should we let him decide? I've never played Doki Doki Literature Club. I do know what that stands for. I've just never played it. Yeah, I've never played it. Sorry. What do we tell him? Should we let him decide? Should it be left, right? Let him decide? Okay, we'll let him decide. The answer is clearly left. Let us continue onwards. Left heads you to a dimly lit cave, which Forrest says he remembers well. Except last time he was here, it was pitch black since he arrived in the middle of the night. From its depths, you hear the faint sound of dripping water, echoing off the cave's shadow. Shrouded walls. You slow as your eyes attempt to adjust to the low light. Ford pauses in front of you, reaching into his coat for something. Hold on, I have a flashlight. Oh, hang on. Hold on, I have a flashlight in here somewhere. This cave has never received much natural light. See, and here I'm just further, and you see a couple dice, a pad of paper from earlier, and a quill. He has some custom pocket work going on in there too, and you bet one of his coat's inner pockets has a pen protector on it. Here we are at last. Allow me to... Darn, out of batteries. Wait, I think I have one. You pull out your phone and turn on its flashlight. The light is small, but it does its job. You saved our lights there, Marcus. I was about to pull out a matchbook. Oh boy. With your light guiding the way, you and Ford moved further into the cave, which yawns wide around you. It isn't until the sliver of natural light from the entrance disappears that Ford speaks again. It's been years since I've been here, decades, even at this point, but I'll always remember that eye bats as one of my first discoveries when I arrived at Gravity Falls. How did you find them in the first place? One got into my house, you see. I was making breakfast one morning. One managed to find my cereal box. When I poured the cereal into the bowl, it came fluttering out, agitated, like it belonged there. The nerve. He still sounds so indignant, even years later, that you laugh. I wanted to contain it for further study, but unfortunately, it managed to get away. As I thought about it afterwards, people had constricted against the light, unfamiliar of the bright light in the kitchen. So either it's nocturnal or it lives in the deepest, darkest cave in the Gravity Falls. Found them easily after that. Did you manage to catch one? Somewhat. I came running through this cave with a butterfly net and my wits. I brought a working flashlight that time. They all hid in dark corners. Once I turned the flashlight off, they flocked to me. I caught 18 of them that day. But it reminded me of the stealth uses of... The rapid sound of clicking claws against stone startles you. Shiver running up your spine. The dark. Okay, hang on. Let me drink some more water. This is actually Sprite. I should probably get some water. I feel very awkward right now. I feel very, very awkward. Get him! Get him! Okay, I'm gonna go get some more water. So, I will be right back. Hang on, let me write out. There we go, we'll just put that there. Alright, I will be right back. Good news is the water is kind of helping. Bad news is my Ford voice is going to be even worse. You turn off your light. Ford taps your shoulder and gestures for you to keep moving forward. Eventually, the narrow passage widens into a large room. The darkness shrouds the source of the dripping water from view, but as your eyes adjust, you squint to see a strange, winged shadow. A shadow with eyes that glow red in near darkness like rubies. Your breath catches in your throat as the realization comes over you. Ford is apparently fairly close to you in the room. You find where when he speaks a few inches from your... Blech. Ford is apparently Oh, goodness gracious. Can my voice please just read properly? Ford is apparently fairly close to you in the room. You find where he speaks a few inches from your shoulder. You catch the shadow of his arm, swing out the wide arc, like he's introducing you to Marcus. I'd like for you to meet... dang it. Marcus, I'd like for you to meet the Mothman. He whispers, but even in the dark, you see him grinning excitedly at you. Ford looks between you and the Mothman, apparently hoping for a dramatic reaction. Your speechlessness seems to satisfy him. Don't worry, it hasn't noticed us yet. Here's the plan. You make contact with Mothman and He pulls out a butterfly net and a large lidded jar. Now, where that one... What? Now, where that one came from within his coat of mysteries is lost to you. We'll capture one of the 100 moths that comprise it. Yeah, isn't this a little dangerous? Oh, thank you. Didn't even notice the BRB was still on screen. Boop. There we go. It's gone. Meh, Ford is Ford. You guys are terrified of flashlights? Flashlights scare you, huh? Huh? Scared of fight of these things? As long as you stick with me, no harm will come to you. Trust me. Remember, even just a light touch is enough. You still yourself, waiting for its signal. He waves his hand to coax you forward, and then it's up to you to decide how to, make contact. We're gonna just run straight for it. With an honorable battle cry, you charge straight at Mothman. It lets out a screech and beats its wings aggressively, cueing you to dive straight at it. As soon as you make contact with Mothman's chest, the swarm of moths flutter around you, trying to escape. Wait, moths, of course. You turn the light on your phone back on. The bright light spooks the moths, while keeping a few dancing around the light source. Nice. You walk slowly back to Ford, sees the remaining moths fluttering around the phone in your hands, and puts the butterfly net back in his coat. He gently brings the jar over one of them and screws it closed. Well done, Marcus. That wasn't too hard, was it? Ford pockets the jar, and you turn off your phone's light, releasing the few remaining moths back into the darkness. It was amazing. Ford laughs, brushing dust and dirt off his trench coat. You could say that. Our completed repellent is within sight. Let's head back. Ford turns to leave the cave. He looks calm and confident. You, on the other hand, are buzzing with energy under an adrenaline rush. Should you go for a high five? Yes. Use your hand in a universally understood offer for a high five. Ford pauses, blinking, and only gives an awkward forced smile before high-fiving you half-heartedly. When you and Ford finally reach the cave's entrance, you find the forest that you left in the dying light is now awash with a silvery glow. A gap between the leaves overhead provides a view of the night sky, along with a long string of stars. A few more steps and the Milky Way comes into view, looking as if a tear across the fabric of the sky. Ford notices you looking. See something? The pterodactyl doesn't usually come out this late, but being a prehistoric creature, its behavior is rather unpredictable. I've never seen the Milky Way in person. It looks amazing. Isn't it? It's remarkable what you can see with the light pollution from the city. Here on the outskirts of town, you can see a good portion of the Milky Way every night. I get more water. You both stare up at the sky in a comfortable sky. You both stare at the... Hang on. No problem. You both stare up at the sky in a comfortable silence for a few more moments. The quiet of the forest settles in, along with the distinct sound of flowing water, and you find yourself surprisingly glad that Ford had accidentally pulled you here, as if one of the moments you get to experience. Out of the corner of your eye, you swear you see Ford looking at you instead of up, but when you tilt your head back down, his attention is elsewhere. Eventually, the two of you come to a wordless mutual agreement to continue on, and you're walking again. You'll have to show me the other creatures that live here sometime. You're glad you said so when you look over and find that Ford looks pleasantly surprised to hear it. His chest puffs up with pride. Of course, maybe we'll even get the spot to hide behind, or tag along with Dipper when he next visits the multi-bear. The what? Ford taps his temple, grinning. You'll have to wait until I show you you'll have to wait to... Hang on, I'm going back. You'll have to wait until I show you to find out. I'm holding you to that. We have some time left before we get back, if you're up for another walk. You must make a face because Ford looks back at you and laughs. We're not far, I promise. I just thought I'd answer a few of your questions, if you have any. I do have questions. You must stay in great shape if you do this all day. You know actually this sort of thing isn't part of my exercise regime. You guys are making this even more awkward. I feel like Bill is swooning over Ford more than I am. That's funny. Ford turns left at the stone marker, towards the sound of the river. And sure enough, after a while, it comes into view. Moonlight illustrates the water as you walk along it. After following the river for quite a few minutes, the shoreline expands into a small, round lake in the center of a clearing. Overhanging it is a large flat rock, the kind that could be used as less than effective diving board in times of emergency. The emergency being that one just had to jump into the lake. However, neither yourself or Ford really look in the direction of the diving board. He leads you towards the edge of the lake, where a relatively flat boulder could substitute for a bench, and the two of you take a seat. Break the silence. Ask about other creatures in Gravity Falls. Ask about his family. Ask about the mystery shack. Ask about staying. Ask Ford about the stars. Wait for him. Ooh. Alright guys, I'm gonna give you this option. What do we pick? We're going for the stars? Okay. Ask Ford about the stars. You ask Ford if he has a favorite constellation, and his answer comes faster than you expected. Orion and Ursa Major, without a doubt. What about you? I like the stars in general. So in a sense, they're all your favorite. Wait, guys, we can ask him all the questions. Creatures, okay. What about the creatures in Gravity Falls? Said to wait, but could I at least get a preview of what I'd be getting into? Not content to leave them to discover yourself, Well, has anyone ever told you about the Gobblewonker? You snort, taken aback by the name, but compose yourself when Ford simply raises an eyebrow. I don't think so, no. Not even in the tourist guide? Does the office even read my letters? Ford mutters to himself something about updating the tourist guide to warn against local dangers. He sighs with a frustration that's reserved for bureaucracy, but soon lightens up at the prospect of getting in to introduce you to another strange creature. Oh, the Gobblewonker is a large sea creature that lives in this very lake. One could say it's our version of the Loch Ness Monster. My old research assistant apparently saw it at some point. He said it was a large, gray, and scaly without a long neck, like a giraffe. You wouldn't have had any odd sightings yet, have you? It's only been 24 hours, but my own first encounter with the strange occurred shortly after my arrival as well. Not apart from today. Well, don't count on that being the norm, Marcus. In fact, the norm is laughable concept here. Ask about his family. So, oh boy. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no, you do whatever. Blanky. What's Mabel like? In short, a force to be reckoned with. She radiates charm and positivity, and has depths of determination I can only guess at. You'll find out for yourself, most likely. It's hard not to wake up one day and find yourself her friend. Perhaps you already are. He wiggles his fingers spookingly in the air, and you laugh. I don't doubt it. So, what's Dipper like? Dipper is very intelligent in many ways. He reminds me myself. Last summer, he found the research journals I mentioned, and instead of overlooking them, made some impressive contributions of his own. He then started his own journal. I look forward to see where life takes him. He's made me prouder than I can say. Who's Seuss? The handyman Seuss. He's, well, I'm still not sure what he does exactly, but Stan gave him the rights to conduct his business with the shack. So he spends his day giving out tours, selling merchandise, fooling the townsfolk, giving refunds, and the like. I may not have been around the original Mystery Shack very often when Stan was still running it, but I believe Seuss is doing the brand name good. What is Stan like? Stubborn, foolhardy, a liar and a cheapskate, but true hero at heart. There's no one else I'd rather call my brother. Those are happy little moments. Did somebody else follow? Or hang on, what did Ford send me? Oh goodness! Ford, why, or Bill, why, the, Bill! Bill! Why did you put that? I don't like it. No. No. You know what you did, that link? You know what you did. Ask about the Mystery Shack. Oh yes, the Mystery Shack used to be my house once upon a time, and now it's a tourist trap. I'm glad for what it's become as a home. I just wish it weren't so offending to each of the senses. Ask about staying. Are you really okay with me staying here? Absolutely. I owe it to you, after all. You helping me today, however, was not part of the plan. You're making it rather hard to settle my debt. I think you did me a favor just by letting me come along today. The two of you share a smile. Ford looks out across the lake in thought. Argus, I have to admit, I didn't want to take you with me earlier today. I thought I'd be walking myself into an uncomfortable social situation. Oh my gosh, this guy really is me! So did you, to be honest. And you did well out there. Not many tourists can handle the kind of task we just completed. This had the potential to have gone disastrously. I mean, a butterfly net against Mothman. Exactly a 3% chance. Easily a 3% chance rate. Sometimes, the more Ford speaks, the less reassured you feel about all that's left of the If there's a distance on these. You smile and nod away. The two of you sit in another moment quiet. Night air pleasantly still around you. Until Ford again breaks it. We should head back now. I'm sure Mabel will want to hear we've been successful. You standing give Ford a hand up from the makeshift bench. Ford takes the lead again, and soon you're no longer able to catch sight of the lake when you glance back. Ford walks ahead of you, all the way back to the shack. Almost there. You recognize from the incredibly flashy signs touting phrases like Mystery Shack this way and Sasquatch to your left. That you were extremely close to arriving back to the shack. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to go use the bathroom. Just give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Hey guys, you want to hear a joke? You want to hear a joke? You want to hear a joke? My ex-wife still misses me, but her aim is getting better. I had to. I'm sorry, it was awful, but I had to. Somebody clip that. Somebody clip that. Somebody clip that. I pulled that off perfectly. Somebody clip that, please. You're lucky I didn't continue it with the awkward names. Okay. That was awful. At the same time, that was amazing. Okay, I'll stop. I'm sorry, I can't write. I can't breathe. No. No, why? Okay. Okay. Yes, I do remember when you were barking back at your dog. I'm sorry, I can't read unless I'm composed, but I can't be composed right now. Somebody help me. That was the worst joke I could have possibly. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that was awful. As you inform, as you and Ford leave the tree line, you see the bright lights shining from the porch. You make out the faint outline of the kids' shadows as they run through the house and emerge the attic window. And Mabel pushes it open, leaning out. Uncle Ford, finally, you guys took so long. I had time to cover waddles and macaroni. Why would you do that? I have my reasons. Did you get the thing? Yes, and I'm coming inside so we could stop shouting. Argus, come along. Got a pig to save. Ford strides into the shack, a man on a mission. You grin and follow, but not before taking one last look at the night sky. Yeah, maybe your stay won't be too bad after all. Back inside the shack, the grand conclusion to your expedition to the Mothman's cave is spritzing Mabel's pig with the newly finished deterrent until the poor piglet reeks of lavender. See Mabel and Dipper lead up to bed, looking sleepier than usual as a result. Something about lavender is so soothing to the senses that you crash out fairly soon afterwards, face first on your makeshift bed. Nice. Seriously, did you even try to be nice to him? Oh boy. I really am not good at this. Yikes. Yeah, Mabel, who are you talking to? Yikes. You guys are nuts. You guys are absolutely nuts. You guys are nuts. You wake up to a loud crash downstairs. Not entirely uncommon in this house. You're quickly finding out, but still disconcerting. More clatters and thumps lead you to the kitchen, where Mabel teeters on a short step ladder in front of the pantry. Standing on her tiptoes, she reaches as high as she can for a small yellow box on the top shelf. Pancake mix. Without a word, you go to her side and pluck the box from the shelf for her, placing it into her outstretched hand. Oh, works! Thank you. Uncle Stan put it up top shelf for some reason, but I need some Mabel cakes. It's a breakfast emergency. She waggles her free fingers in your face, and you can't help but laugh. You can tell the house becomes more alive when this gets around. Want to help me make them? We only need chocolate milk, coffee, pink food coloring, and pot of goldos to make this breakfast dream a breakfast reality. Guys, that sounds disgusting. No, listen. Mabel, we're playing the entirety of Forge Route tonight. The entirety of it. Oh no, we are playing the entirety of Forge Route tonight. That's what's happening. This is what was planned. This has been planned since like... What time did we start planning this, Bill? You're an ass cheek, Bill. Nice. As delicious as that sounds, you're inclined to ask where the coffee comes into the mix when you realize the house is suspiciously quiet. Mabel, where is everybody? Oh, Uncle Stan needed stuff for your car, so we went to get Maggie Techie stuff for that. I think Uncle Ford's somewhere. He heard that Abominable Man was trying to steal some soda from campers, so we went to help them out. That's it. Dipper is now Dippy Fresh. We're just reading Dippers. 3 p.m. at least. Dude, we started planning this at like 7 my time. Like... It's 3:39 right now. for me. So we've been planning this since at least like 7 a.m. my time. Well, I don't know how else to read the voice, so we're doing Dippy Fresh from now on. He heard that the abominable bro man was trying to steal soda from campus, so we went to help them out. Yep, that's where he went. Totally knew that. So they left you guys to make breakfast on your own? You don't know the family well yet, so you don't know the family well enough yet to know if this is commonplace. So the idea of leaving two teenagers alone to fend for themselves seems fine. If one of the teenagers wasn't Mabel anyway. You still don't know how coffee fits into your Mabel cakes, but now you don't really want to know. Dipper attempts to hide the pancake mix from Mabel while she is grabbing the chocolate milk from the fridge. Apparently he doesn't want to find out either. Mabel, while your Mabel cakes sound absolutely divine, why don't we... Quick, think of something so you don't hurt her feelings. Go out for breakfast. Is there somewhere we can go out to get breakfast? We should really save the Mabel cakes for your great uncles. You should really save the Mabel cakes till your great uncles get back. I know they wouldn't want to miss them. But I want to perfect my recipe. Oh wait, this is Mabel. But I want to perfect my recipe. I have to get better at cooking and baking stuff so I could survive out there in the world. What if in high school I'll have to bake stuff and people are better than me? Mabel looks very agitated, taking her hair with both hands. Okay, so Mabel are in the same time zone as I am. And then there's poor Bill, who's almost midnight. If I can't make the perfect Mabel cakes, I can never be on Bad Jeans Dining. I gotta impress Gerald Rambone. Marcus, it's my destiny. Quick, think of something so you don't hurt her feelings. Dipper, can you cook? Maybe Dipper can help you make something different. We should save the Mabel cakes for another day, a more special day. But Marcus... Mabel, still standing on the stepladder, reaches up and squishes her cheeks together. Her wide eyes staring into your soul. Every day is a special day with Mabel cakes. You glare at Dipper, making a "please help me, I'll buy you breakfast" face, and you hope he understands. Yeah, Mabel, I know you want to cook more since you're becoming an adult. Sure, but don't you think Great Uncle Stan and Great Uncle Ford should be here to try them too? And not just me again. Mabel hops off the stepladder and ponders her brother's question. Lips pursed. Eventually, she nods, beaming at you both. Right, Dipper. I can't deny them that experience. You give Dipper a thankful smile over Mabel's head as she puts the ingredients back in the refrigerator. He grins back at you, rubbing the back of his neck. You wonder if he got that from one of his grunkles. That feels very awkward to say out loud. I'll eat them. Somebody threatens to detestinize you and you go, I'll eat them. Just sit there, straight face, I'll do it. That's how Bill Cipher goes. That's clever. Now that you think about it, great plus uncle to make Grunkle saves time on syllabuses. We should go to Greasy's. They have... We should go to Greasy's. They have some of the best pancakes there. With, like, these different kinds of syrup. If you, like, Lazy Susan nicely. Yeah, it's not super far. Let's go. The kids are about to head out of the kitchen when you realize something. Wait, aren't you going to leave a note for your grunkles about where you're going? Alright, good call. Dipper scribbles out a note for Stan and Florida and sticks it to the front door of the shack with one of Mabel's stickers. The kids lead the way towards the town, explaining various landmarks and the wild and wonderful stories attached to them along the way. And this is where we saw those two ghostly old people. Or wait, that was Mabel. Hang on. And this is where we saw those two ghostly old people. In a convenience store. Strange, but not regardless. Maybe she just meant they were so old they looked like ghosts. Though after what you've heard about Gravity Falls already, you could believe they were real ghosts. Dipper points out the diner in the distance, a log-shaped building atop a train cart, and the three of you head inside. Hang on, let me get some water. You soon realize that the kids know just about everyone in the town. Several people, young and old, wave at them as the three of you find a table and get the feeling that they're almost famous in Gravity Falls, though you're not entirely sure why. They're pretty cute, though. Mabel blows the paper wrapper off her straw at Dipper's face, and he retaliates by swatting her with the laminated menu. An elderly woman in a pastel pink waitress dress comes up to the table, and you catch the name on her tag, Susan. Hey, oh boy. Hey, kids and stranger, what can I get for you? Pancakes. And all 3 syrups for me, please, Lazy Susan. Same for me, actually. Lazy Susan turns to you, notepad in hand. What will you get? Pancakes, waffles, scrambled eggs, and bacon. Getting some scrambled eggs and bacon. Coming right up, sweetie. I hope you guys like my Lazy Susan voice. I hope you guys like my Lazy Susan voice. Lazy Susan winks with her good eye, of course, and heads to the back of the diner. The wait for your food to arrive feels longer here than most, mainly due to Mabel and Dipper using this time to interrogate you. At first, it's somewhat intimidating. You literally crashed into their house and started hanging out with their great uncles. So they have lots of questions. Once the irrational fear of 2 13-year-olds phase out, you recognize their interview for what it really is. They care about their uncles. You do start hanging out with them more. They want to know as much about you as possible. Mabel's questions are somewhat nonsensical. So if you were stranded on a deserted island with no boat, no cheating, what would you take with you? Well, Dippers are more careful and calculated. What were you doing before you came here? School? Work? Both? Neither? Did you know about Gravity Falls before you crashed into the shack? You immediately know which grunkle each twin takes after. Stan and Mabel, goofy partners in crime, versus the quiet brainiacs, Ford and Dipper. It's an intriguing contrast, especially now that you're thrown into the middle of the bunch. But as the twins race to see which syrup bottle drips into their mouths the fastest, Dipper's blueberry syrup meets Mabel's classic syrup by half a millisecond. You swear on it. You know that these kids do a lot more for their great uncles than just cute counterparts. And here we go. Enjoy, kiddos. Let me know if you need anything else. Oh boy. You guys are gonna die from some of these voices. Lazy Susan gives out the respective plates and the kids go quiet, shoveling down their food like they've never been fed before. Between mouthfuls, you get a few more questions about yourself and your theories on aliens versus which member of M Synchronized was your favorite. But the table is near silent as the three of you eat. It is until Mabel speaks up through a mouthful of pancake. So Marcus, totally makeup, not real situation. If you had to pick who your favorite was, would you pick Stan or Ford? Seems to be planned compared to her other cutesy questions. Dipper elbows her sister, not so suddenly, and she elbows him right back, wide-eyed staring at him, and a sibling-linked look you can't decipher. Like, say you're in a movie, like one of those weird movies Uncle Stan watches on TV with the ladies in poofy dresses riding horses. He's just waiting for Bill to show up just so... Wait, did we get a raid? Awfully specific, but you let her continue, taking another bite of your food. You're the main character of this movie, and you get two guys who are both madly in love with you. This one doesn't mess around with getting right to the point, huh? But you could only marry one of them, so you could be the next in line for the throne. What would you do? If Grogu Stan and Grogu Ford were choices, who would you go with? Mabel, that's kind of weird, isn't it? Like, really weird and kind of gross. Come on, Dipper. This is important information that's vital to my research. Why does Mabel sound like Minnie Mouse? What research? None of your business yet, but I'm still gathering other research. Mabel leans towards Dipper's ear to whisper, wiggling her around at you before she replies, and not a whisper, but quite the opposite. Research into how you're a huge nerd! And with that, Mabel catapults the spoonful of melted butter from top her pancakes onto Dipper's cheek with a very satisfying splat. Dipper jerks in disgust but retaliates by smearing strawberry syrup on Mabel's nose. A drop of stickiness plopping onto her sweater. Ew, gross! You're gross. There's no vitriol between the twins, but lots of giggles and a few more various food missiles. Eventually, syrup streaks Mabel's cheekbones and some of her hair, and Dipper has a small piece of pancake stuck to his face. You guys are dorks. Maybe you're right, but we're twins, so it's adorable. If you say so, Mabel. Wait, quick, Rice, take a picture of us while Dipper's got pancake on his face. I have what? He swipes quickly at his face, and after several passes, gets it off. Wait, did I skip something? No. Oh, I was trying to get more candid pictures of us. Mabel, you have syrup everywhere. Really? Would have been a perfect photo. Here, let me get it. Your hands are sticky enough. You get back up with napkin in hand and try to wipe some of the syrup off Mabel's cheeks. The excess syrup swites off easily, but a good portion doesn't budge. Maybe syrup as makeup is the next new look. Oh my gosh. Oh, I hate doing this voice. Ugh. That's one word for a kid. We wondered where you went. Once we came back to a suspiciously quiet house. If it weren't for Dipper's note, we would have been worried. Sixer would have been worried. I tried to tell him kids pull this kind of stuff all the time. Heading out unannounced, put stress on your poor old grunkle's heart. He puts a hand over his heart dramatically. All these missing hours of unpaid child labor. Actually, that note wasn't me. Well, I wrote it, but Mark's the one who said we should, so that you know where we went. Both Ford and Stan turned to look at you, surprised. Really, figure these two knuckleheads dragged you here. Why not make breakfast at home? This place is at least a 15-minute walk from the shack. Well, you glance at Dipper, swiping his finger across Mabel's cheek and licking the blueberry syrup off Mabel as a pancake on his mouth, chewing on it like a glazing sheep. I wanted to treat them to something, I guess. It's the least I can do. You're letting me stay with you and fixing my car. I thought since you were gone, I'd take these two out for a change. Also, Mabel was gonna make Mabel cakes again. You're just mad you can't even make toast right. What? Yes, I can. I burned it one time. One time! I know that feeling. It's like you do something wrong one time. I swear, it's also been toast with me. You burn the toast one time and nobody ever lets you live it down. Ever. Like, it's not my fault the toaster was too high. I didn't know who said it. Damn swanky toasters with their toasters. You guys are ready to murder some raiders. Yikes. Well. What? Yes, I can. I burned it one time. One time. Dipper holds his syrup-tipped finger in the air. Indignant. Yeah, you guys are slowly going to learn that I don't know any big words. Well, Mabel wanted you guys to enjoy her Mabel cakes too. And since there wasn't much food, I figured I'd take them out. Both brothers look floored for a moment, but then they break into twin grins. Thanks, kid. I appreciate you taking care of these two while Ford and I were out. Yes, it was kind of you to do so. Thank you. Oh, it's all right. Happy to help where I can. You grin at them both before Stan reaches over and snatches a piece of pancake off Dipper's plate, much to his annoyance. Ford laughs, shaking his head fondly as Mabel steals another bit of pank. Oh goodness, pank. Well, Dipper's head is turned, winging it across her nose to get some strawberry syrup on it. Well, kid, if you're paying, scoot over. Dipper and I want breakfast too. Scoot over, Dipper. I want breakfast too. Stanley, it's at least 12:30 now. Crook of Ford, that means it's time for brunch, duh. See, this kid gets me. Now let me in so I can get some grub. Dipper moves to your side of the booth as Stan sits next to Mabel, and Ford sits on Dipper's side. Lazy Susan comes back and takes order for another round of food and drinks for everyone, including Mabel, who decided she wanted more pancakes. You're starting to regret offering to pay, but as Stan and Mabel try their hand at syrup drip race with Dipper, cheering them on, Ford watching with a wide grin on his face, you know you don't really mind that much. After the expedition to find Mothman, you accompanied Ford on a few other missions, so to speak, examining various birds of the forest, including the questionable stomach-faced duck, who snatched your sandwich and quickly ran off. Ford in hot pursuit. Well, he didn't find what evidence he needed, something to do with their digestive systems. You both decided that the stomach-faced duck flock were questionable. Not as questionable as the question qual when he shows you from a scanned journal page, but still questionable. You asked why he decided the octopus was too stupid to study, but received a loud groan and too sticky as an answer. Valid point. All in all, your adventures with Ford have been more enjoyable than you'd expected, and you can't help but hope that you'll get to experience another one with him soon. You walk through the living room, lost in thought about question quals and Ford's journal pages, and narrowly avoid slipping on a sheet of graph paper. Oh my gosh, you guys are something else. I don't know if you're joking or not half the time. Ah, don't look. Oh, it's you. Dipper peers out over a book that proclaims D, and more D, officially licensed campaign journal. He's sitting on the yellow armchair with crisscross legs, barricaded it with books and papers. He's got a lap of multicolored dice and a half-dozen chewed pencils strewn across the floor, and one in his mouth. You look down and notice the floor is almost entirely covered in graph paper. Hi, did you need something? I know it's kind of messy. I should probably clean that up. Dipper looks reluctant to extract himself from his self-constructed fantasy lore prison. Here, I can do it. You look busy. You're about halfway through cleaning up the floor before you actually start looking at what's on the various sheets you're holding. Fantasy math, some floor plans, countless scribbled notes and calculations in the margins. What are these for? Planning something? Dipper's re-immersed in his planning. He startles a little when you ask. Oh, right. No big deal. It's just for this great pen and paper role-playing game called Dungeons, and More Dungeons. DD and MD for short. It's all about fantasy worlds and statistics and swords, and well, it's kind of difficult to explain, but it's super fun. I'm playing it with Grogu Ford today, so I'm not putting down the final touches on my dungeon. He's gonna be so stumped. Stumped, you say. Ford comes into the room at the precise moment, drying his hands on his trench coat. Perfect timing, Dipper. I just managed to get the paint off my hands. Paint from what? Oh, one of the gnolls came by and decided he'd graffiti the side of the house. Something about his rapper persona. Yeesh. Yes, I don't think Yes, I don't think Jay Gnomesy is going anywhere in the music business. I'm sorry. Listen, as you know, more and more that I watch the episodes, the more and more I really start to like Dungeons, and More Dungeons as an episode. Like, a lot. Listen, we all want the trench coat. I'm still trying to find a good one. Once I find a good one, I'll get it. And I'll have, like, the full costume. But until then, you're just gonna have to deal with what I've got, which is nothing. I'm just sad. But yeah, hang on. We'll leave you on this frame really quickly. I gotta use the bathroom again. I'm drinking so much water that I keep having to use the bathroom. So I'll be right back again. You know, part of me was debating on making the joke again and just doing that every single time I come back. But I'm not. So let us continue. I can't read this line with a straight face. I can't. Yes, I don't think Jay Gnomesy is going anywhere in the music business in any event. I see you've been hard at work. Are you ready for our game? Yes, and oh, Marius, I can take those now. Thanks for the help. Ford looks like he just noticed you standing there for the first time since he entered the room. Marcus, glad I could see you weren't too shaken up by our adventure yesterday. You grin and hand Dipper the tall stack of papers, catching a glimpse of the stats for a knock skull. Well, I made it back in one piece, right? That's the spirit, though 90% of a piece would have been good too. You know, you'd never realize how little a difference 10% makes you until you lose it. Oh, huh. So how was the Mothman? Wait. So how was the Mothman? Shake it up, all in the name of some research, though. I've seen it lose a few months. I've seen it lose a few moths and come back the next week good as new. Process skin to cycling out dead cells. I would say we just expedited that process. No moral issues there. Oh, Marcus, the game calls and I must answer. Stanley's about if you're looking for him, though. Well, if you wanted to join our game, I certainly wouldn't object. I promise a fun afternoon. Another player? Wait, hang on. Another player? Yeah, totally. I can give you a pre-made character sheet to start. And dice. Shoot, where'd I put my other set? Don't worry, I've got an extra set. Me, I don't even know how to play. Oh man, there's so many rules. Where to start? I mean, it's really easy to pick up. It's even, like, kind of popular now. That is literally how learning D&D is, though. Is you're like, yeah, sure, I'll join. How do you play? Well, first, you roll up a character sheet, and you do all these things, and you fill in all these stats, and you do all this, and then you sit down, and you learn how to play, and you learn what you're doing, and then you get into combat, and you're like, wait, how does this work? What is initiative? What is all of this? And it's if you guys haven't played D&D, I recommend playing D&D. It's a lot of fun. You're not sure about committing the whole afternoon to this game with Ford, though Dipper does seem pretty excited about it, but stands around too. And you wanted to go check on your car. Well, think about it, Marcus. Dipper, my boy, why don't you and I get things set up in the meantime? Ford and Dipper launch into fantasy lore talk as they prop up a corkboard against the yellow armchair. Pin up various maps and floor plans with important landmarks and spin their pouches of dice onto the carpet. Yeah, we're gonna ask to join their game. Great. Oh shoot, did you look at the plans earlier? Those were for Dungeon Master's eyes only. If I'd only known you were gonna join us. Oh, I didn't look. What a relief. No, wait, what if you're lying to get an edge on the game? Is this legal, Grunkle Ford? What? I didn't hear. I was categorizing these DMD books. How many volumes do they have these days? Dipper and Ford put the final pieces in their place. The floor is encircled and a mix of propped up corkboards, books, maps, notes, and loose leaf paper. Ford unfolds a game board in the center of the madness. Brilliant. We're all ready. Don't look so nervous, Marcus. You'll have me here to walk you through it. Ford sits down next to the game board. That's the piece of carpet next to him, inviting you to sit, and you do. Dipper sits across from you on the other side of the game board and unfolds an illustrated piece of cardboard, propping it up in front of him. He notices your questioning gaze on it and looks back at you. Ah! He even has a Dungeon Master screen! Okay, so I actually have a Dungeon Master screen. I have the standard small one. And Dungeon Master screens are always really fun and helpful. They give you prices, they give you tallies, they tell you what conditions are what and whatnot and how it all works. Yeah, no, you just took a 180, Bill. Like, what the heck? Like, you just flipped. No, I do not have Minecraft on Switch. Oh yeah, this is the Dungeon Master screen. It's just to protect my secrets. It hides essential die rules and plot points for prying player eyes. Google Ford's tried to look ahead once or twice and spoiled a narrative twist, and you were the only player. I'm just making sure my dungeon mastering apprentice stays on his toes. You can never be too diligent. Never be too vigilant. Dipper gathers up his dice in a pile next to the DM screen, ready to roll when needed. Now, I mentioned an extra dice set, didn't I? Dice are an important, though by no means essential, component of gameplay. No adventurer should leave their house without a set. I keep mine in the souvenir velvet dice bag from Dementia, a local game store, yes. Hang on. You guys are gonna quickly learn about my wacky side. Hang on. Hang on. So you guys thought I was a nerd before, right? Hang on, let me get my headphones. You guys thought I was a nerd before. What you don't know is that I am relatively more nerdy than you could have ever imagined. So, I have dice. This is my newest set of dice. It is a galaxy sort of purple blue kind of color. I'll pull one out so that you guys can see what they look like. So here's kind of what they look like. Yes, we have stopped the gameplay just so that I could describe my dice. You guys failed to realize that you get me on the subject, right? Okay, right? So I have these dice, right? And then I have this dice. This is a large D20. I got this at the same time that I got these. And these are pretty cool. So behind me, this is my player's handbook. I got this about a year ago. But you don't care to see that. This is my D&D box. You guys thought I was a nerd. I have a giant box for all of my D&D stuff. This is a DM screen. Like I said, hides all the secrets that you need for being a dungeon master. And they also have pretty cool designs on the back. Yeah, it's kind of here. This isn't a book. This is a box. There's a difference. Yes, I pulled a couple of books in a box out from under my ass, but you know what? And this, the piece of resistance, is a character sheet. These things encompass your entire playthrough. This thing tells you who you are and what you do, and it is great. Okay, right. So I have probably 20 of these in here, a good bit of them. This is one of my original dice sets. These are purple translucent dice. I like these a lot. These are like super cute. I love them. Oh, I accidentally hit something. Hang on. Right. And so then, this is a red set. A red red dice. And this dice bag I actually made. I actually made my boss one of these too. Made him a white one. And oh, I just dumped a bunch of dice. Yes, you guys did sign up for this. We don't mention any form of D&D without me being an absolute nerd. But yes, there's this. You guys could have never imagined me being as nerdy as I am. And then this is the bag of assorted dice. So these are all just randoms. And yeah, that's basically my D&D stuff. Now that you know that I am an absolute nerd, let's get back to the game. Yeah, you should totally learn how to play D&D. D&D is a lot of fun. But yes, now you guys... Hang on, let me turn off some lights again. But yes, now you guys know how nerdy I am. And I really do fit the character of Ford. So kind of can't believe I actually got an opportunity to talk about D&D and dice and everything. Hey there, Cola Poppy. I went on a tangent. But yes, let's continue. Ford retrieves a dark drawstring bag from his coat and empties it onto the floor, where dice of all different shapes and sizes come tumbling out. And now for yours. Ford pulls another matching drawstring bag from the depths of his coat. They were having a buy one get one discount. Go ahead, take a look. These will be yours for the session. You pour these dice out onto the carpet as well. Metallic gold with the numbers and embossed in black. Oh, I've actually wanted gold dice. Like the shiny ones, the really, really shiny ones. Like the metal ones. I really want metal dice at some point. Metal dice are great. They're super heavy and they're kind of cool and they roll different. They're a lot of fun and I love them. Fancy. Well, I didn't have enough left to make them from solid gold. I was able to extrapolate a set for fun. Great Uncle Ford, you electrocuted those dice? They're so nice. That didn't mean to rhyme. Maybe you should be the one. Maybe you should be the one with the rapid career, not Jane. Yeah, maybe not. But anyway, let me introduce our characters. Dipper clears his throat, setting onto the Dungeon Master's persona. When we last left our heroes, Miv the Meddling Trapped, the Great Elven Wizard, Varmin, and the Halfling Fighter, Tyros, and a dungeon filled to the brim with puzzles, riddles, brain teasers. To reach Miv at the end of the journey, once and for all, they'll have to brave the dungeon's mysterious escape with their lives intact. They present two figures side by side on the game board. One is an imposing figure in flowing robes, and the other is much shorter in comparison, but posed with a will to prove himself. You suppose the forms are Vaughn, the other Tyros. But what would our two heroes find in the first room of the dungeon but a potential ally, just trapped as though they are, who will join them in their quest for freedom? Dipper places three figures on the carpet, jumps off to the side of the game board. And you get to choose your character now, Marcus. These are starters, pre-made templates, so they're good for short notice editions like this. Human bard. We're playing a bard. I'm sorry. I love bards. Okay, I love bards. I love actually like getting to like, cause when you're a fighter, you got your sword and whatnot, and you go shing shing. But with a bard, you're like a musical wizard. You're a musical wizard, and you can also shank people, cause you get daggers. And then you've got a disguise kit, a performance kit. It all depends on what background you pick. But bards are amazing. I love playing bards. Each experience with a bard is completely different. It's wonderful. I love bards. They're jacks of all trades. You can play them however you want. Bards are amazing. I'm slowly realizing how much of a nerd I sound like. Let's continue. Let me just continue. You guys are learning a lot about me in this stream. Bards use an invigorating song to encourage their allies. The blow of their insults to damage their enemies. Oh yeah, and then with bards you get like you can have like vicious mockery and bardic inspiration. Vicious mockery is kind of fun sometimes, because sometimes you're just like, you're a bitch, and then you roll a 15 and you hit, and this person's all mad and grumpy, and it's great. And it does damage most of the time. Like, let's say you roll a 1d8, right? I think that's what vicious mockery is. You roll a 1d8, and let's say you get an 8. Bam! 8 damage just for calling a guy a bitch! I'm a nerd. Cola, I'm doing great. This is great. I never thought I'd get to talk about D&D or anything weird or my love for bards or anything on stream. This is great. I'm so happy I did this now. Also, you guys feel free to clip anything that you want to or anything. And if you clip something, post a link in chat. I'm always curious to see what you guys are clipping and what you guys find interesting. Because I just noticed the clip it button on my dashboard. So, yeah. I've kind of reevaluated my stance on bards lately. You'll come in handy if we encounter any undead. Oh yeah! Cause nope. I'm not gonna get into it. Will we? Hey, stop trying to play ahead. You a human bard? Yes, we're being a human bard. Dipper moves your figurine onto the board beside Varan and Tyros. Alright, what's their name going to be? Alex, short for Alexandrius? Here for trying Alexandrius out under his breath for a few times. I'll just call them Alex. Here's your character sheet. It's got all the info on it. Ahem. Our heroes encounter Alexandrius, Alex for short, in the room for the dungeon. Alex, what's your deal with our main villain, Miv the Meddling? Oh my gosh, it gives me a choice! Murdered my family, and now I seek revenge. Miv promised me eternal glory, but left a dagger in my back instead. I just woke up here with a headache. Miv promised me eternal glory, but left a dagger in my head instead. Alex explains how Miv struck ire, and in turn, Tyler shares that Miv once beside him in a duel. An embarrassment because Miv is a sorcerer, and sorcerers aren't known for their physical combat skills. Tyler's defense, he was still young at the time. But none of this matters because we finally face down Miv. They must escape. Oh, wow. Okay, so we're just going into this. Oh, boy. Oh. Guys. General chat, Mabel. Guys. This is amazing. Behind you is a plain door. On the far wall of the room is a set of red doors, and to the left and right are old stained glass windows with weirdly familiar motifs on them. Having woken up here with no recollection of getting here at all, you have no way of knowing which door you came in, should go out of, or even what direction you should head in at all. And now you guys decide what you want to do. You might want to look around first. And by that, of course, we mean rolling a die to see if you can notice anything. Perception check! The outcome of nearly every substantial choice will take us tied to a roll of the dice. I'll let you choose what to do here, Arcus. Wait, hang on. Who is that? I'll let you choose what to do here, Marcus. Then I'll take a look around. Which shows you what to roll for the investigation check, and Dipper flips through his notebook, ready to tell you what you see. Ah, nice roll. Tacked to one of the walls of the room is a nice note that reads, "Proceed with caution." Oh, proceed with caution, homies. Tyros pockets the note, and in the distance you hear the faint sound of rustling water. What do you do next? What's the state of the door behind us? See for yourself. I'm still the DM. I can't respond unless you check the door. Forecast detects magic, and after confirming with Dipper that there is no magic behind the door, pushes it open. The three of you leave through the door. Nice. Ooh, that's another thing you can do. You can always roll for magic and whatnot. And that always gets fun because the DM, half the time it's nope, there's nothing. But the other half the time there's something magical here, and you're just ooh, what is it? Yeah, thank you to all of our lurkers and whatnot. It's really cool to have y'all around, still sticking here. Like, I know I'm all over this place, but man. As the last of you step through the doorway, it melts, seeping into the wall as if it were never there. Guess we're not going back that way. The chandelier overhead ignites, casting the room in a warm orange glow and revealing an expansive door to the far wall. In front of us is a large cloth-covered lump. Take a look around. Roll for investigation, just like earlier. Approach to inspect as your footsteps grow nearer. The lump shifts, rising to reveal that it is in fact a goblin. The goblin stands at attention and tries to pretend it was never asleep. Travelers, I notice thee. I demand you answer these riddles 3. Okay, so I'm guessing this leads to vicious mockery. This is probably the smartest choice, or are we gonna attack the goblin? I'm gonna say answer the riddles, because oh yeah, thanks for being here, small boy and Lunamoth Clips. Like it's really cool to have y'all just lurking. The goblin reaches into its pocket, pulling out a crumpled piece of paper that he unfolds with care. What is 88 keys but can't open a single door? Answer the riddle. I've heard this one before. It's a piano, right? Next, what kind of keys cannot open doors? 4 to answer the riddle. Boop. A turnkey. And finally, what is the first thing you did on your adventure? Look around? The door is now open, you fabulous homies. Hang on. The door is now open, you fabulous homies. The goblin steps aside to let you through the doorway, and with that, you've cleared my goblin puzzle. Well, a 4th of them anyway. It could have gone on many other ways. Dipper then beams, and you follow his line of sight to realize it's because Ford just gave Dipper an encouraging smile of his own. As soon as you enter the next room, the wall melds over the doorway, sealing you in. Glancing around, the far wall of the room seems to be a lot of different material and color than the rest, though it could just be the lighting. To the left, you see rows of orbs affixed to the wall. Inspect the orbs. After inspecting and interacting with the orbs for a few minutes, you come to realize a few things. There are 26 orbs. You can touch them and make them glow. You can only touch 6 of the orbs at a time, and since 7 are touched, all orbs fade to their original color. Each orb is labeled with integers that run consecutively from 1 starting to 26. Starting at the leftmost orb. Looks like we need a password for this one, Marcus. Hang on, let me get some water. If the puzzle is fair, it must be a word we've already been introduced to. One that stands out. You think back to that first room. And Tourist pocketed the note from the first room. The dungeon. What was that word again? Okay, hang on. Okay. Can you guys answer this one for me? I don't know if the bottom one was actually a part of it. I don't remember the bottom one being a part of it. So what word? A Butterfinger. Mm-hmm. I won't be watching the links that you sent to me through here, but I'll click them so that they end up in my YouTube history. I'm assuming it's this bottom one. Yeah, that's the code I'm using here. So what's the word? Believe it was homies. Good, good. Now connect those two together. Which orbs do you touch? The 8th one, then the 15th one, then the 13th, followed by the 9th, 5th, 19th. The room rumbles, and you turn around to find a green glass door. Walking up to get a closer look, you see that engraved in the door is a riddle. The door reads, if you go in the green glass door, you can bring a ball, but not a bat. Oh, hang on. I clicked the button. Boop. Door reads, if you go into the green glass door, you can bring a ball, but not a bat. You can bring a book, but you can't bring a novel. You can bring coffee, but not tea. You can bring letters, but you can't bring numbers. If you wish to pass, you must present an acceptable offering. Interesting one, Dipper. Let's think. A ball, not a bat. I think I understand. Because what could you bring through the door? Coffee, but not tea. Flower. The green that story. Does anybody know the answer to this? Does anybody know the answer? I'll let you guys in chat do this one. Hang on. I know, my brain is also like, what the heck? Hang on. I'm gonna go get some more water. And I'll let you guys sort this out. Somebody come up with an answer by the time I get back. Okay, so I have no clue. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I have no clue. I'm gonna say an hourglass. This seems like the weird thing out of the bunch. I offer my Baron's Book of Spells. Tyro's offer is cutlass. The door dissolves, letting the party pass through. Yes! It worked! While Dipper's flipping through his notebook for the next part of the dungeon, Forge nudges you, holding up a hand for a high 6. It was a nice job, Marcus. I'm impressed you got the riddle. I did it. I guessed. It is hot. Is it hot in here, or is it just a side effect of the green glass doors disintegrating? You high 6 forward, beaming as Dipper finds the page he needs to continue the game. The green glass door swings open. You go through to freedom. And there it is, the end of the dungeon. I cut it down a bit on the fly. I didn't want to make it too long. I would have ran a murder mystery I've had planned out for ages, but my test runs have never gone very well with my focus group. So what did you think? What happens next? When do we fight the sorcerer? This is actually a transition into the next super plot-centric campaign about infiltrating the sorcerer's tower castle. Dipper shows you a couple pages of his campaign book, which looked to be filled with various dungeon sketches with realistic physics calculations crowded into every spare space. Well, Dipper, I think you did well. It's not easy, adding an extra player on short notice like that. I've always written it in just in case. Not completely, but just a few notes. Ford and Dipper launch into a conversation about gin mastering as they clean up the AMD setup, returning the game components to their original glossy fantasy box. They're too fast in practice for you to figure out how to help, so you just pick up the dice Ford lent you and return them to their original velvet bag. Dipper leaves to put the AMD box back upstairs, and then it's just you and Ford. Marcus, you did well for a first-timer. I'd take you into a dungeon with me. I mean, Ford gives you an embarrassed smile, but you're already smiling at him yourself. I know what you meant. Thanks, Ford. A call comes from the kitchen from what sounds like Stan. Ha. Well, I'd like to talk more, but I'd better see what he needs. Ford moves past you, heading towards the kitchen. You suddenly feel the need to hold on to this moment, like you need to say something. Ford? Yes? Now that he's looking at you again, you don't remember what you were going to say. All you say is, here's your set of dice back. Thanks for letting me use them. Ford chuckles, shaking his head. No, you keep it, in case you decide to join us again next time. See you at dinner, Marcus. Can you give me dating tips? You're good at this. Apparently when it comes to helping catch monsters and whatnot, I'm awful. But when it comes to D&D, I'm finally could. Alright, see you later, small boy. Have fun. Gosh, how is it that I suck at everything except for D&D? Like... Someone thumps their fist on the store's fish. Someone thumps their fist on the storage room door, stirring you from your sleep with a jolt and thud as you fall off the mattress. Scrambling to your feet, you step over to the store and swing it open wide. Marcus, I need your help! It's at this moment that you look down to see Waddles swaddled up in her arms, wearing a top hat and a small bow tie. Why is Waddles looking so dapper? He does look pretty dashing, doesn't he? Wait, we're not here to dish out compliments. There's emergency. I love emergency. Oh no. No. Oh no. Oh no. Mabel stares up at you with wide eyes, her little arms unmoving as Waddles attempts to wiggle free from her grasp. This kid's stronger than she looks. Knowing Mabel, this could mean she has a new crush. From what Dipper's told you, she's still deeply rooted in her boy-crazy face. Or she desperately wants to wed Waddles to some unsuspecting critter outside. Waddles and Grompers are riding their bells today, and I can't find Grompers to put his crown on. You gotta help me find him. You weren't actually expecting your second guess to be right. Oh, thank goodness, it's not what I thought it was. Okay. Okay, wait, Mabel, just calm down for a sec. But we have to find Grompers. This ceremony is in 20 minutes. Waddles wiggles himself free and runs down the hallway to freedom, ignoring Mabel's drive for protest as she chases him. You're compelled to go back to bed, deciding this is almost definitely not a dream, but jog after Mabel regardless. You catch sight of Mabel just as she leaps over Dipper, who's sitting on the floor with a large array of graph pages and chewed pencils. She runs to the back door, suspiciously open, after Waddles starting off, yelling at him not to lose his tie. Well, Mabel, what's going on? Waddles, sweating, Grompers. You're a little out of breath. Mabel's fast. Dipper smacks a hand to his forehead, dragging it down his face dramatically. Of course, she told me they're renewing vows or something. They got married last summer, but she misses the pizzazz of weddings. Hang on. Dipper looks nonplussed, but you can tell he's at least a little invested. Are you gonna help her with whatever that is? I don't even know what's going on. Yeah, that's Mabel for you, but it's her thing, I guess. There's a moment of silence. I'll help if you do. Thanks, Dipper. And with that, you run past him, Dipper's shudders of surprise growing fainter as you head outside. Mabel's already a ways away when you burst out into the shack's backyard. Fortunately, Stan and Ford are nowhere in sight. You're not sure what you'd think of them finding you, searching for Goat Bride, as Mabel calls out to lure Grompers home. Come on, Grompers, I already booked the second honeymoon, and the gators are gonna be mad. Runaway brides are so cliche. She's seriously invested in this farm critter marriage, that or she's watched way too many dramatic romance movies, or both. You can say if you want to say, like I don't mind having you here. And yes, I am reading what y'all are saying, but I have to click back and forth between the game and chat. So, like, occasionally I'll miss something. But if I miss something, I always scroll back up through chat. So I've probably read what you're saying. I just have no clue how to respond. Like, I don't really know much about Yu-Gi-Oh! So, like, I don't really know how to respond. I actually did try learning Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was younger, but I never actually got enough cards to, like, play. I just kind of had the cards. Helpers, come on, go, pal, where are you? Here, dip her head towards Mabel to help her look. So you veer opposite, opting to cover more ground in search of the runaway goat bride. Where should you look? I was like inside Stan's car. Despite the absence of both Stan and Flora, the former's cherry red car sits in front of the shack, gleaming in the summer sun. You head towards it and peer in the window, cupping your hands around your eyes to see inside. There's a can of pit soda on the passenger seat, a badly hidden pack of cigars in the driver's side door pocket, and a magazine on the floor with back seat. You squint at it and find it's embedded with the title Fully Clothed Women. Interesting, but it's not a goat. Should you look? On the roof. You walk backwards and put up a hand to your brow, shielding your eyes from the sun as you search for the scaffolding of the shack. Nothing. Continue walking to the side now, until rays of sunlight obscure the view of the sign. The gift shop, rather serendipitously, a cloud glides overhead to block the sun, and you're able to look up higher, seeing the misspelled lettering, various wear and tear of the roof, and a small billy goat munching on part of the weather vane. Wait. Hey, Mabel. Yeah. You point up to the roof at Gompers. Here comes the bride. Mabel shrieks, Gompers, and sprints into the gift shop, slamming the door so hard the open sign flips to close. There's silence for a moment, then something flips open on the roof's small balcony and Mabel pops out from underneath, climbing up onto the roof and attempting to coax Gompers down. There's a ladder up to the little balcony thing inside the gift shop. It's pretty cool for fireworks. Hang on. Mabel pulls a sandwich from her sleeve. You can't help but imagine what else she has up there. And waves it at Gomper's direction, and he trots towards the balcony, hopping down to Mabel's level and snatching the sandwich from her hand. She grabs the goat and heads down the ladder into the gift shop. Oh, Gompers, you can't get the pre-wedding jitters anymore. You're already married. You can't get away with that easy. Thanks a billion, Marcus. You've saved the wedding. Oh, boy. That Mabel gets to work on wrestling Gompers into his dress, yelling commands at Dipper to grab Waddles, who thankfully didn't get his bow tie dirty when he dashed away earlier, and get everything ready for the most important ceremony in the history of ever. Maybe an exaggeration, but Mabel's excitement is undoubtedly contagious. Okay, once Dip finds Waddles, I think we'll get everything ready. I am, of course, the Visser. Visser, carrier, proud mother, musical guest combo. Oh boy. Dipper's gonna take pictures for my scrapbook. Hey, I never agreed to that. Dipper, please. I'm kinda off in the shinny. Do you mean off officiate? See, I'm so busy I can't even talk right. Please, Dipper, I'll help you with some nerd thing later. I pinky swear. Dipper contemplates this, hand on his chin, mirroring his grunkle Ford, of course. As long as you actually do this time, then yeah, I'll take pictures. Mabel jumps up and down with excitement, jostling poor Gompers in her arms. Apparently Bill doesn't want to know what's up in the sweater. Mabel jumps up and down with excitement, jostling poor Gompers in her arms. Yay, thank you, Dipper. I owe you one. This is what the best brother looks like. Right here, Marcus. Haha. Okay, you don't have to do that whole thing again. I'll get back to Waddles. You get back here. Okay, now we have that fixed. That means we can help. Wait. Sue's left already. My ring bearer is gone. Oh no, what are we gonna do? Gompers. Gompers gives the intelligent answer a bah, chewing on his bridal veil. I could ask him, but I don't know. Gompers chooses the moment to look into Mabel's eyes and lead her, and insistently, Mabel naturally takes this as a sign from Goat. You're right, of course, this is your special day again. Mabel turns to you with pleading eyes. Hey, Marcus, could you be in the ring bearer for the ceremony? I guess. Mabel reads your less than enthusiastic response as a yes and grins at you excitingly. Thank you. Okay, let me go grab them. Mabel runs back into the house and you hear her thudding upstairs faster than a hungry Waddles. Gompers, thankfully, still occupied by the half a sandwich Mabel taunted him with, stays put. She comes back soon after with a fluffy purple pillow and 2 clear sticks. After snapping the sticks in half, glow sticks. They're glow sticks. She curls them in the small bracelet-sized rings. These are so much more fun than rings. Please, Waddles can put it on his tail to look super handsome. Waddles oinks in agreement and is mad dash out the house. He's lost his top hat. Hold your hands up. Pull 'em up. And get down so you're not as tall. They can't put the rings on each other if you're way up there. She got a point. You duck your knees to the dirt, and Mabel turns your hands palm reverently placing the pillow and the glow stick rings atop them. Okay, Mabel, I'm here with the camera for Marcus while you're on the ground. You gesture to the happy couple with a wide arc of your arm. They needed a ring bearer. Well, I guess they do. Mabel nods, small hands on her hips. She looks over the wedding scene and mumbles to herself, checking things off a mental checklist. Oh, you guys are just talking to animals now? That's kind of out there. Mabel nods, small hands on her hips. She looks over the wedding scene and mumbles to herself, checking things off on a mental checklist. Okay, I think we have... Wait! I forgot the flower petals. I'll be right back. Gosh, Mabel forgot everything in the house. Seriously. And she is gone again, leaving you alone with a pig groom, a goat bride, and 2 glow stick bands of matrimony. Goatimony. That kind of works. You decide not to crack the pun on Dipper, who's examining his disposable camera. He pops the back open and sighs, smacking a hand to his forehead. Someone's out of film. It must have been the one Mabel used at Candy's party. He looks up at you and shrugs. I'll go get one of my spares. Make sure these 2 don't go anywhere, or Mabel will, well, you know Mabel. You haven't known Mabel as long as Dipper, but you understand immediately. Here. Hang on. I'll be right back again. Sorry. I'm back. Sorry about that. Gosh. Okay, Bill is like way more into this than even I am, and that's kind of funny. You're left alone in the backyard with a groom's pig, a bright grow. You're left alone in the backyard with a groom's pig, a bride goat, 2 glow sticks, and a broken disposable camera. Well, you'd love to say you've absolutely been in this situation before. You unfortunately have not. I really am very happy for you both, Waddles and Gompers. Both animals turned to you, nonchalant for the current state of events. But I can't believe Mabel forgot the flower petals. Jeez. He's not even like, I can't believe I'm doing this. It's literally, I can't believe she forgot the flower petals. Just as you go to continue the one-sided conversation between human, goat, and pig, you hear 2 voices coming around from the house. 2 very familiar voices. Oh no. Listen, Sixer, if you hadn't gone off about the wobbly junker, the gobblewonker Stanley, has Dipper really never told you? Then you wouldn't have freaked out on the kid at the store we dated. We'd have, I don't know, the stuff to fix my house after you got a car stuck in it. Still my house, and besides, if he was a fisherman, he needed to know. Both Stan and Ford round the corner to find you sitting on your knees next to Waddles and Gompers, brandishing a pillow and glow sticks in the dirt. The 3 of you stare at each other and stare at each other in silence. Mabel needed a ring bearer for the wedding. It's at that moment that Mabel kicks down the back door, runs to your side, and throws rose petals atop your head. Ta-da! You blow a rose petal off the top of your nose and grin at Mabel. I think our bride and groom are ready to renew their vows, don't you? I love how horrified Stan and Ford look. They're just like, oh, goodness gracious. To be honest, that's kind of my reaction too. Mabel nods emphatically at you before turning to her goggles, lighting up a 100-watt smile. Yes, Grogo Stan, Grogo Ford, you guys got back just in time. And just like that, Mabel pushes Stan and Ford towards you and tugs their hands so they sit across from you. Stan complains about his knees, and Ford asks Dipper exactly why the pig and the goat are betrothed. Fits with what you know about both at this point. Mabel makes way with the wedding, and you sit cross-legged on the The pillow glow stick rings on your lap. Every so often, Mabel trifles at the radical psalm, wiping a very real tear from her eye before she turns to you for the rings. Oh, Mabel, how should the betrothed wear their rings since they don't have ring fingers? Just put them on where you think they fit best. You get up and promptly crash down in front of Waddles and Gompers, playing your ring bearer part very seriously. A glow stick ring goes onto one of Gompers' horns, and you place the other on Waddles' rear, hanging off its curly cute tail. I know, Ford and Stan were like Gosh. Also, the be right back is up. Why didn't nobody tell me? Probably did try and tell me. Yeah, I just noticed. Gosh. Ford and Stan were really just like, zoom! Like, they just did not want to. Also. Yeah, that's, yep. I now pronounce you husband and husband again! You may now kiss the goat. Waddle scoffs at gompers and snorts. That definitely counts. Dipper reappears with a new camera and Mabel throws more rose petals at him. A few get stuck to his fluffy hat and he heals his eyes, but retaliates by taking a very close-up picture, the flash temporarily blinding her. Hey, save the film for the renewed newlyweds. I need plenty of pictures for my scrapbook. You owe me a new camera for this, Mabel. He sounds annoyed, but this fond sibling smile gives him away, and he starts taking pictures of the happy couple, getting odd angles as Mabel pushes them into silly poses. You step away from the scene and go to head back into the house. Being a ring bearer is thirsty work, but Stan and Ford stop you before you make it to the door. Oh, gosh. Oh, I hate doing Stan voices. Okay, note, next round we are not doing... When we do Stan's playthrough, we are not doing Stan's voice. Or are we? I don't know. I don't know anymore. Hey Marcus, thanks for playing along with Mabel and the pole waddle thing. We're both glad you're willing to entertain her whenever we're gone. She didn't, make you do it, did she? Nah, I figured I'd go along with her for a while. She's fun, though. Mabel's certainly something, that's for sure. Regardless, thank you. Gosh, voice. Ford takes a step forward on the patio, peering down at you through his cracked glasses. You'd be somewhat intimidated if it wasn't for the fact that he's blushing. Oh no. No. Oh no. I think it'd be cute, though. I think it'd be cute. I appreciate that you occupied the kids for Stanley and I while we were out. Both of them seemed to like you being around. You grin at him with a shrug. That's no problem. They're fun to hang out with, even though I'm gonna have some strange photos in Mabel's scrapbook at the end of it. Ford smiles, sweet and almost kind. It's your turn to turn red when he looks at you like that. No fucking kidding. Oh. I can't even do the voice. Yeah. I know, this is... Yeah. Well, if you'll excuse me, I've got things to get back to. Yes. He walks past you and into the house, Stan following soon after. Stan elbows forward, and it looks like he mutters something to him, but you can't hear what it is. Whatever he said, Ford looks scandalized. You know Stan like nudged him and was like, hey. Sorry. That is a hilarious scene in my brain. Hey Marcus, you're gonna miss the party. We've got popsicles. Oh boy, popsicles. I call the red ones. Give me the fucking grapes. Pineapple ones are mine. I call dibs. But the pineapple ones are the best ones. Mabel and Stan wrestle over a yellow popsicle while Dipper contently unwraps a red one, holding it above his head and out of Gomper's way. Ford gingerly picks out a purple ice pop and leaves the ice chest open for you to grab one. Better get to pick mine. While Stan and Mabel are looking, you hide the pineapple popsicles at the bottom of the chest. Dipper sees and starts laughing, but doesn't tell. They're a strange bunch, but these sets of pine twins. They're a strange bunch, these sets of pine twins, but they're certainly making your summer a lot more exciting as you stay at the Mystery Shack continues. Your wreck of a car sitting outside in the heat of the setting sun. It's another day of summer with nothing to do but wait. Schedule surprisingly clear today. Ford usually has something going on for you to help with, and if not, Stan, see what the kids do. What do you want to find? Go find Ford. Pass through the living room and Mabel spots you from her seat at the table. Oh boy. Marcus, I was hoping I'd see you. Come on, I want to ask you something. Mabel points down at the table with a raspberry pink colored pencil. Her art supplies scattered across the table. Lie across various sheets of paper with brightly colored doodles and lots of glitter. You see a drawing that looks like a cross between Barney and Godzilla, a page full of puppies, and a page with a drawing that kind of looks like you. Is that Ford or Stan? Mabel's not finished with it yet, but it telltale jawline gives it away. Oh no. I think Bill would reach, because if by our head canon, Ford being 5'5" and Bill being 6'10", I think Ford would reach Bill would reach about to like Ford's lower chest. So like just below like the breast line. See, I was having fun. Now I'm just embarrassed. You guys are embarrassing me. What the heck? Stop embarrassing me, Bill. Sit down at the table across from Mabel and suddenly get the same feeling you got at a job interview. It's intensified when she puts her organized chaos of papers aside and steeples her finger across the table surface. Marcus, I'll be frank. I've been trying to find a match for my grunkles for a while, but I never seem to get their matches made. Sorry, a match. But then it's like you were pumped from thinner, attracted to the shack by a magnet of love. No, Mabel, it was a magnet gun. It's a sign. And this week just made the chemistry sure is obvious. You know who I'm talking about. No, it gives me the option. Oh. yes. Crocoford's great with family, but he's still guarded. You're the first new person I've seen him actually get interested in. Maybe if you get to know him, he'll see the social interactions aren't so bad. And maybe love was on his horizon all along. Love, that's a jump to say the least. No fucking kidding. And anyway, though you've had the chance to share some quality time with Ford, you still feel like there's a huge part of his story that you're missing. How much do you even know about him, anyway, and why do you want to know so much more? Mabel, Ford and I haven't spent all that much time together. Sure, we shared a couple adventures, but nothing. Adventures are the perfect bonding material. I know that firsthand. But you know what would really make this chemistry going? Talking to him? Pfft, what? No. I think it's something more romantic. Oh. And this is where my entire life starts to die. This is where we all die. Oh no. Hold on, I'm getting an idea. I'll get everything ready, Marcus. You just focus on falling completely and utterly in love. Matchmaker Mabel is back in the game. Just as you exit the talk with Mabel, you run into Dipper right outside the living room, and it doesn't seem like an accident either. His arms are crossed and he's looking at you dubiously. So I heard about Mabel's plan. I just left the room. Yeah, well, word travels fast, and Mabel sends out mass update texts. His defensive posture softens a bit. Just tell me one thing. I know my grunkles can look after themselves, but can you promise me you won't hurt Uncle Forum? Oh boy, that's a... Okay, Bill, since you want to have fun, pick. Me or Ford? You'd think my awful social skills would give me a plus in this whole thing, but no. No, they really don't. I know how to talk about D&D, and that's about it. Okay, if you choose me. Okay. Trust me. Okay, Marcus, I'm remembering that. Text notification sounds and Dipper checks his phone. And be ready at any time for your date with Grunkle 4. Okay, Dipper's face looks like my face right now. This feels awkward enough. No offense, Marcus. It's just before this actually going on a date? Do people even date? Kind of hard to wrap my head around. Yes, Dipper, it is hard for me to wrap my head around too. Oh boy. I hope Mabel doesn't ask me for any help tomorrow. I mean, I have enough trouble trying to date for myself. Mabel calls down from upstairs. Hey, Dip-Top! I'm gonna need your help tomorrow. Oh, never mind. During the next 4 days, Ford and Dipper get further into the DDMD campaign you left off on, and you have time to flesh Alex out to compliment Tyrone and Vernon on the team. I forgot how I read that name. Dipper tells you the 3-person throuple is typically small for a DD&D game. DD and MD group, but you've been getting the hang of the game, mostly from taking advantage of Ford's helpful nudges in the right direction. You notice Ford staring at you during the games sometimes, and you can't deny that you've been caught doing the same. After a fateful chat with Maple, you're on edge. You're waiting for her to pull something out of her sleeve. Every time she bursts into her room with fistfuls of crayons, you jump at least a foot in the air. Yeah, no kidding. But you've been doing your best to pretend everything's normal, or at least as normal as it gets in Gravity Falls. You ventured out of town early today and did some tourist-worthy exploring, and ran into the Pines family at Greasy's diner about an hour later. According to a giddy Dipper and an exasperated Ford, a door to another plane had appeared in the fridge instead of food. Post-documentation and inspection, and lots of skeptical squinting from Dipper and complaints from Stan. Ford had suggested they'll just wait it out. It was gone by the time you got back. Secretly hoped to catch a glimpse, but when you asked Ford about it, he assured you it was nothing special. Wouldn't even have ranked him on his top 10, he said, pushing his glasses up on his nose. After that series of fridge-related events, the shack fell quiet. Dipper ventured out with his camera equipment, off to film something amazing, and stands in his office, checking in with his sources, whatever that means. It leaves you and Ford, both intently reading on the shack's patio. It's warm and comfortable, yet the overhang shields your eyes from the blinding summer sunlight. You glance over at Ford. He looks calm and collected. Hang on. Sorry about that. You glance over at Ford. He looks calm and collected, same as he's been all week. Conversely, you've been a little nervous around him ever since Mabel's matchmaking interview. It's not that you haven't thought of him in that light before, it's that you never planned on actually trying it out. You can always ask Mabel to call off the matchmaking thing. After spending the past couple days convinced that Mabel was going to spring an unavoidable romantic situation on you at a moment's notice, you'd rather not live with that kind of anxious anticipation. You settle back in your book, a paperback Ford lent you. It's a jargon-heavy sci-fi with an abstract cover you probably would have overlooked at a bookshelf. And you think you're about to see the first glimpse of the plot after about a 3-chapter introduction. Go to turn the page of your book, but the back door slams open. Mabel explodes onto the porch, armed with oven mitts and an apron. Marcus, Grunkle Ford, I need help and I need it now. Ford sits up with a wide-eyed look, fixing his glasses that had been startled off the bridge of his nose. What is it? Is something burning? Is something burning in the kitchen? I need help baking. Ford relaxes enough to leave a bookmark in his dog-eared novel and close it, but it looks to be Mabel with an air of bewilderment. hallway. Grenda's throwing a Grubdishachmertzvin party for Marius when he comes to visit, and I volunteered to make cupcakes. I was like, yeah, I could totally bake a batch of cupcakes. But as it turns out, smoke unfurls from the back doorway, inevitably followed by the screech of the fire alarm inside. Mabel wrings her mitted hands and winces guiltily. I can't. Mabel's rushed. I can make a stream all about D&D. Sure, why not? Mabel rushes back into the house. You and Ford coming close after. You reach the door in time to see Ford unruffled, drag a chair over to the smoke detector and disable it as easily as flipping a light switch. As for the smoke, you go straight for the kitchen window and open it, fanning the smoke out of the house. Mabel looks guiltily at you both, attempting to waft the smoke out with her oven mitts. Or that you really look at her, you notice there's flour on her sweater, and the kitchen floor and the kitchen counter, leading to one lopsided bag of flour surrounded by a similar mess of ingredients. Looks like you could use a hand, Mabel. Why didn't you ask for help much sooner? I'm sorry, Uncle Ford, I just wanted to make them myself. She wilts under exaggerated despair. But I need these cupcakes and I need your help. She points at Ford. And your help. Mabel then moves her pointer finger to you. Oh dear. Both of you absolutely need to help me with this. She looks between the two of you with this Mabel pet and puppy dog eyes, and whatever will you had left to resist crumbles immediately. Pat her shoulder reassuringly. It's alright, Mabel. Baking is a difficult art, and even professionals have off days. And, you can glance at the oven that's still leaking lingering smoke. I think adult supervision might be good right now. Yeah, no fucking kidding. Mabel nods, looking between you and Ford. Oh boy. Wow, you're just banging on Mabel right now. Wow. Mabel nods, looking between you and Ford. Well, it'll be easy peasy with you and Uncle Ford helping me. You look at Ford, and Ford just looks questionably at Mabel. Why would you need both of us, Mabel? Because we need to make like a bajillion of these. So many. This is a huge party. Plus, the more people that make them, the more love these cupcakes will have. There needs to be so much love in these cupcakes. Oh, goodness. That doesn't... Please, Uncle Ford. You and Marcus are super conveniently the only ones who can help me. Maybe Dipper? He's out filming. He won't be back till sunset. It's gotta be you two. Ford glances hopelessly out to the hallway for one moment, and Mabel gives you a conspiritual wink while he's not looking, and then it dawns on you. This is your matchmate, David Ford. Oh, damn it. Oh, no. Oh my gosh. Yes, 1,000,000,000. I can hear the Bill laugh from here. Oh boy. Is it getting hot in here? Is that just the oven? Oh. Please, 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 go for it. Marcus is already gonna help out, right? Marcus. Yes, that's what I want. Heart picking up its pace. You hazard a look at Ford to find him looking oddly contemplative. Now compared to before, he looks at you for a fleeting moment. You catch out the corner of your eye. His attention's back at Mabel at the time, and you register it, and Ford nods at her. Alright, what do we need to do? Yes! Okay, first rule of making. Wear an apron. There's never a wrong time to make a fashion statement. Mabel holds 2 aprons out, one scarlet red and the other white. You have absolutely no idea. Oh, wait. Fuck. You have absolutely no idea where Mabel even retrieved these aprons in the first place, but she's already picked who gets which one. Red apron is tossed to you, and the white one is thrown to Ford. Oh, great. Put it on and look down at yourself to read an upside down, burn, baby, burn, printed across your chest with a picture of a fiery grill beneath it. Fittingly, it smells a lot like burning. Okay. Ford's apron has some green text you didn't quite catch, but as he loops it over his head and ties it, you can read it clearly. My other oven is a Bunsen. I can only imagine that these are Stan's aprons. Baby bird. Oh boy. You stifle a laugh as you read. Text now clear over his broad chest. Either of it is a Bunsen. A 40 made of copper and tellurium. It'd only take a second for the flush pink with an understanding, fiddling with the hem of his apron. Okay, Mabel, what's our next step? The second rule of making is to know your recipe. It's got everything, the ingredients, the instructions, the temperature. Ford looks at the counter and picks up a piece of paper. You guess it's a recipe, judging by the friendly-looking photo of a 3-tiered cake on the back. He scans over the ingredients, focused. And the third rule of baking is to forget your recipe. But that's only if rule 2 doesn't work out. How are we looking, Grunkle Ford? I was worried we'd be short on sugar, but I think we'll make it. Are you switching recipes, Mabel? There are ingredients listed here that aren't already on the counter. Mabel laughs loudly and attempts to clap Ford on the shoulder. She only manages to reach his elbow, and you suddenly suspect that whatever baked good Mabel has burned in the oven earlier was a fabricated failure. Oh no. You glance at the stovetop, the open box of store-bought cookies sitting there on top conserves your suspicions. Oh, girl, go Ford. You tell the best jokes. That wasn't a joke. Oh, Look, we need flour, and I already have that out. Next! Ford reads the list of ingredients loud, and Mabel starts around the kitchen, gathering them as he calls them out. You set to work finding the utensils Mabel needs. Searching through unfamiliar drawers, she points out to you. After opening nearly every cupboard, you come upon an array of mismatched measuring cups, 2.5 teaspoons, and a dented tablespoon. Good enough. How many cupcakes? Okay. How many cupcakes do you need for tomorrow, Mabel? At least 100. Goodness. Who, me? I don't even have glasses right now. I thought about picking some up just for the look at some point. I'm suspecting that at some point I'm going to have to do a Ford costume. So I'm suspecting at some point I'm going to have to get glasses. You give her an undistinguished look of incredulity, and Mabel sends back a series of gestures, telling you to go along with it, pointing at Ford's thoughtful face and mouthing, "He bought it." So since the recipe makes 20 to 25, from my experience with baking, which I have done, you never end up with as many cupcakes as the recipe says. You're always short. So we're going to go quintuple. Exactly what I was thinking. If we play our cards right, we could get an exact 120, making full use of the cupcake pan each time. That wasn't necessarily my thought process, but okay. Came to the same conclusion. That's fine. Oh boy. You're bewildered that Ford doesn't question the quantity. Instead, he's starting to factor in how many acceptable cupcake pans he can find in the cupboards, grumbling as he searches through the clangs and dull thuds of other bakeware. Oof. When is the last time Stanley... there they are. Looks like they have one that's rusted and one that hasn't. Okay, gets the pan that's already in the oven. You manage to clean it. Oh no! Definitely uncleanable. It's totally burnt. Better everywhere, Marcus, can you... Mabel makes gestures to disposing evidence of her baking failure, and you wince but nod. Oh boy. Seizing your chance with Ford's back turned, you open the oven, grab whatever's inside and the oven mitt, and rush outside and drop it in the trash can. Midway through the shack, it turns out to be a couple store-bought cookies dropped in a muffin pan and left to burn to a crisp. You shake the cookies out into the trash, leaving you with a still hot but perfectly serviceable pan. Okay. Alright, here's another decision for you guys. Do we back up Mabel's plan, or do we, bring the pan back? Also, Bill, wrong there. It's THEY apostrophe RE. Grammar, Bill. Hope Mabel, I've been mean to her enough. Okay. Okay, we'll help Mabel. Leave the pan here and back up Mabel's claim. You return to the kitchen. Yeah, that pan was definitely not salvageable. Complete toast. Ford chuckles, and when he turns back to the recipe, Mabel gives you a winning smile and 2 thumbs up. You see that Ford has brought a mixing bowl out while you were gone, and wiped away most of the excess flour from the counter. He settles back into the role of recipe reader now that you're back. I've already turned down the oven to the correct temperature. Mabel, notably, doesn't look sheepish in the slightest, still grinning in front of the mixing bowl. So our next step is to add butter. I'll measure it out. And so you settle into a rhythm. Mabel measures ingredients and tosses them in. Ford reads out the recipe, pausing occasionally to bounce out Mabel's haphazard method of throwing ingredients into the bowl, and you mix everything into a suitable batter. 2 ingredients later, you notice that Ford rolls his sleeves up to his elbows and works. You could get used to the sight of him like this. Oh boy. You don't notice Ford returning your stare until he clears his throat. Apparently your ogling lasted just a moment too long. Marcus? Yeah? I just added the first cup of flour. You can stir it in now. Why the correction? Because grammar is important. That's why. I don't want to imagine it. No. It will make me blush. Alright, Ford adds another cup as you stir the ingredients together, trying to ignore how red your face feels. Bro, I know that feeling too well. One time while I was at work, there's a specific song that came on, and I don't know why. The song always just embarrassed me so bad to the point where, like, my face would get hot, and I don't even know, like, what about it was. I believe the song is called, like, Honky Tonk Man or something. I'm not sure. It's, yeah. But that's just every time. And one time, while I was sitting there, I was sorting, I was, like, doing inventory on comics on, like, the back shelf. And I'm sitting there, and the song comes on, and my face turns red, and I smell cigarette smoke, and I'm like, shit! My boss is here, and my face is red. And I look back, and he's just sitting there staring at me with a smile, and I'm like, shit, does he know? I don't know to this day if he knows or not, but that song still just, I don't know why, it just does. Oh, look at you two, working so well together. It's like you don't even need me to be perfect. No, she's talking about the matchmaking, but Ford doesn't take it that way. It's not entirely accurate. You're an essential member of our baking trio. After all, who else is creative enough to come up with an unifying theme for all these cupcakes? You're right. Oh gosh, you're right. I hadn't even thought about that yet. Mabel, standing on a chair next to Ford, reaches the counter, hops up, and sits at the edge of the counter. Lovey-dovey, you're lovey-dovey. Oh, gosh. God, I can't decide. When Mabel works it out with her creative genius, Ford scoops out the last cup of flour, going to wipe the excess back into the bag with his finger. Wait, I have the perfect idea. She lifts up her arm in triumphant and promptly sends Ford's heaped cup of flour flying. Oh gosh, and you see Ford there just like, Ford tumbles to catch it, but ultimately fails, and the cup, along with the bag, fall into the mixing bowl, sending a mushroom cloud of flour into your face. Oh gosh. Oh, you are right. Ford's glasses are cracked. That's interesting. I know. You just instantly Bill Cipher. Like, it's just how it works. Flour cakes Ford's glasses, along with his nose, cheeks, and forehead, and the front of his hair, to the point where the color is indistinguishable from his usual streak of gray. Mabel, thankfully sitting to the side of her, perched at the counter, only got half covered in the explosion of flour, even though she has already got various spots of flour all over her sweater. Oops. It's okay, Mabel. Here, take this and dust the flour off. Mabel attempts to brush flour off her sweater, and Ford takes off his glasses. Blowing puffs of white from the lenses and wiping them clean with the hem of his turtleneck. He manages to clear most of the flour off his skin, but he missed a spot. Ford? I'm fine. I've had many messier adventures in my time on a bit of flour. No, that's not it. Alright, Bill, here's your choice. Giving you another shot. I know, Mabel knows what she's doing. She's sitting there like, No, we don't trust. I can't trust Mabel at all after this. No. Okay, fine. Brush his hair out yourself. Reach over to brush it, and Ford leaves uncertainly back. Excuse me? Your hair, it's covered in flour, too. Sorry, I was just trying to get that for you. I can take care of it later. I can take care of that later. For now, let's figure out what to do with this batter. The three of you take a moment to stare at the disaster zone on the counter. Looks like the only thing we can do now is guess how much flour was added and scale the amount of the... Oh, wait, this is me. Looks like the only thing we can do now is guess how much flour was added and scale the amounts of the rest of the ingredients to match it? I was going to start over, but that's a brilliant idea, Marcus. Let's do it. Mabel, do you have another bowl for this operation? I think I found this mega big bowl for mixing. Mabel presents a vessel more skin, a tub and a mixing bowl. It's clean though, and Ford transfers the batter over. Good call, Mabel. Are you secretly a psychic? Nope. That's just a little thing I like to call the power of Mabel. She does exaggerated jazz hands, shaking more flour off in the process. The three of you left before beginning the post-flour mission. Due to the mishap, you now need 4 times the other ingredients to match flour that got dumped into the bowl. An inconvenience, but not impossible. As you measure out more sugar, you spot Ford adding to the bowl by cracking 2 eggs at a time in each hand. Show off. The kitchen is quiet during the bustle of measuring, adding, and remixing, but after a couple of minutes, Mabel sighs. What's up, Mabel? I don't know, Mark. So it feels silly to talk about. Nothing is too silly. Well, that's a broad statement, but the point is we're willing to listen. Well, and Maria's are throwing this party on Maria's yacht, right? You have no idea who either of these people are, but play along for Mabel's sake. Yeah. They're really getting into that romance zone. Granny even told me that they kiss. Oh gosh. Ford only gives this a mild acknowledgement, so you have to amp up the reaction zone. They did not. They did so. Can you believe that? I seriously cannot believe that. Wow, guys. Can you guys believe that? I can't believe that. Wowie. I can't believe that. Wow. Yeah, no. I swear all of the bad choices are probably your choices. Ford looks lost as he continues to mix the batter together. And I'm really happy for Greta. But sometimes I feel a little jealous. Grenda's like one of my best friends. I don't get why I can't just be happy for her without feeling this way. I like how pissed off Ford looks. Yeah, you kind of just have to let the feeling simmer inside you. Eventually it'll turn into spite, and as soon as you know it... Arcus, I think I can take it from here. Honestly, though, that was probably the most genuine reaction I've given this whole game. Just kind of let it simmer inside you. Like, yeah. Yeah. Ford looks somewhat out of his comfort zone as he said so, but he sets the spatula by the side of the mixing bowl seriously and preparing to speak. Mabel, you have plenty of relationships and accomplishments ahead of you. You don't need to feel jealous. Love and success will come in time. Okay. Thanks, Gruckle Ford. And anyway, if this is about the romance, Mabel, you're only a teenager. You might feel like you're watching your friends get married and settle down so quickly, but that doesn't start happening until you get to 25. You're a wonderful girl. You're smart, pretty, and you can probably make a mean batch of cupcakes. I know that whoever you end up with, loving will be lucky to have you. And that's a perfect relationship will come your way in time. Mabel seems to brighten as she smiles at you gratefully. Then she looks thoughtful. Getting married. I wonder when someone I know will get married. She's not specific, but Ford pointedly coughs into his fist. Yeah, no kidding. Wait, we need to make these cupcakes extra special before we can bake them. I thought they already were. Weren't we going to split these into 3 parts, add food coloring, and marble them and... No, that's just special. I'm thinking extra special. I'm thinking explosion rocks. Oh, boy. You know that tiny candy that makes your mouth all tingly? Exactly. I'm gonna go grab some of my supply. Mabel dashes out to get the candy, leaving you and Ford alone in the kitchen. Okay, so this is what they were talking about. They said that there was a lot of custom art. So you're jealous of all your boyfriends have dumped you. Normally you'd expect the atmosphere to turn awkward, but you find yourself anticipating something. Instead, you give Ford a smile. Good job calculating how much we needed to salvage the cupcakes. Ford laughs, leaning back against the counter. Oh, I just eyeballed it, and it just based off the batter's apparent viscosity. No calculation needed, or involved. And well, I couldn't let all our hard work go to waste after you suggested salvaging it. I don't get it. You wanted to start over? Well, I had a whole plan in mind, and we were going to quadruple the recipe, and now it's more like octuple. But I think this was the better route to take. Now that I think about it, there was the last of our flour. Wait, damn, Stanley needs flour for pancakes this week. Would he take cupcakes for breakfast instead? We're gonna have plenty of extra. Knowing him, I think the probability is pretty high. I'm about to say something else, leaning in to continue the conversation when Mabel re-enters the room. She's carrying a cardboard box stuffed to the brim with bright packets of explosion rocks. I'm back! Alright, let's add these puppies in and make some cupcake magic. Okay. Here's the thing. I would think explosion rocks, which I'm assuming is like this equivalent to pop rocks, wouldn't those just burn in the cupcakes? Or create some sort of reaction? Like, that doesn't seem like an ingredient that would be good to add at all. But whatever. You and Ford start helping Mabel decant the explosion rocks into the batter. Ford glances at you as you shake the last packet in the bowl. Both of you know that the consumers of these cupcakes will get an unpleasant surprise from them exploding in their mouth. Especially since the multicolored candy makes the batter look like unassuming funfetti cupcakes. Oh no. Let her do her thing. I'm interested. Okay. You tell me to trust Mabel. Okay. Then it's time to split the batter and marble them into the pan. The three colors Mabel chose are deep purple, blue, and pink, which she says ties in perfectly with her theme. So you're gonna tell us what the theme is yet? Nope, let's get these in the oven. Ford picks up the pan and sticks it in the oven to bake. There's still plenty of batter in the mixing bowl. You've barely skimmed the surface with the first batch. Ford, share another look. Alright, time for the best part. Frosting. What kind do we have? It's not what kind do we have, it's what kind are we making? Oh boy. Mabel presents another recipe card. Oh jeez. Thankfully, the frosting is far easier to make than the batter. By the time you and Mabel separate the sugary result to a few different bowls for coloring, the first batch of cupcakes come out of the oven 10 minutes ago and have cooled down on the counter. As Mabel puts it, they're ready to be Mabel-fied. Ford grins at her and starts dyeing a bowl of icing bright pink. Decorating the cupcakes is by far the most fun part of the afternoon. There are three of you sit around the kitchen table. Mabel purposefully sits you and Ford next to each other while she takes the remaining spot, and you use different frosting tips to make designs all the same cupcakes. Mabel had finally revealed her theme to be outer space, because space is full of romance. In this way, I could say that their compatibility is out of this world. The three of you cover marbled cupcakes in the galaxy-worthy combinations of colored frosting. Oh boy. Oh boy. I know, I was thinking the same thing. Of course she makes you two sit together. It's like, yep. Bro, best part is licking the spoon, though. And, like, the bowl, when you finally get to, like, scrape out the inside of the bowl with the batter. That's some good stuff. Ford, to put it simply, is delighted by the theme. You're pretty sure the constellations he painstakingly iced on his last 25 cupcakes with Bass's illustrations on the Stargazer's Guide. In the middle of completing a second Orion, Ford gets some icing on his face. A drip of blue somewhat made it onto his chin, probably from the testing the icing to make sure it tasted good. It did, of course. Mabel kicks you from under the table. Ow. Shh. And she nods her head at her uncle, giving you a meaningful look that Ford completely misses. He wipes most of it off, but there's a new streak of blue on his cheek, so you... gosh. Alright, Bill, here you go again. I already know what you're gonna choose, don't I? Bill, please. Bill, please. You make this hard? Wipe it off, wipe it off. Wipe it off for him. Mabel watches you both expectantly, but you aren't sure you have the guts to do what she really wants to have happen. And besides, you're not sure Ford's ready for that. You opt for plan B instead. Here, I'll get it. Reach over with a napkin to gently wipe the streak away, hoping he doesn't notice how your hand shakes with nerves from the close proximity. Ford is also hyper aware of how close the two of you are now, and you cannot ignore how his gaze drops from your eyes to your lips as you inch closer to wipe the icing off. There, I got it. Ford's cheeks almost match his sweater. No fucking kidding. I hate you. I hate you, Bill. Oh, why do I leave all of the awful decisions to you? Bill. Oh. Thank you, Marcus. Eventually, the three of you finish decorating over 100 cupcakes. Looking at them all lined up on the counter, you can really see the declining quality as you, Ford and Mabel, got worn out. Last few of frosting in solid colors with just a handful of star-shaped sprinkles on top. Can't believe we're finally done. Yes, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I've had enough of the night sky to last me the rest of the week. Oh, but we're not done. Mabel sounds about as peppy as she has all day, even though she must be as tired as you and Ford. There's just one last thing to do. Clean up, because we have a huge mess here. No, Uncle Ford, more important than that. We're urgent. We're desperately needed. No. Ford looks perplexed. What could that be? The glitter. No. No. I'm glad Ford's face at least matches mine. No, not the glitter. I'm glad Ford's face at least matches mine in this situation. Just absolutely horrified. Yikes. Abel pulls over a sizable tub of blue edible glitter that had been sitting at the back corner of the counter for, you're guessing, the whole afternoon you've been in here. Unscrewed the lid and reveals its sparkling, shiny contents. Oh no. Each of you grab handfuls of glitter, sprinkling literally over each and every cupcake. The only person who seems to be hesitating is Ford. He keeps stopping to attempt glitter ingredients in order to keep his earlier icing clear of glitter. Abel always comes in after him and fills the blanks so that the whole thing sparkles. Soon enough, the tub is left nearly empty. Great, all of these are for the party. Except this one's for Dipper, this one's for Uncle Stan, and this one's for Waddles. Abel puts the exceptions aside, and the three of you grab a cupcake each as an award for afternoon's hard work. Tap them together in a placebo toast and absolutely devour them. The cupcake tastes odd, but that's what makes it amazing. It's probably the explosion rocks you can detect. The faint spice of love and adoration. Good, if not perfect cupcake. Remaining cupcakes are strategically fitted into the pantry among the cheese poodles and various other snack foods, ready to be brought to the party tomorrow afternoon. Mabel stretches and yawns dramatically before grabbing the plate of cupcakes that had been set aside. Well, I better get these over to the boys. You know how Uncle Stan gets when he smells something cooking and doesn't get a taste. You're not quite sure you do, but Ford nods knowingly. So it must be true. Anyway, I'll leave you to lovebirds alone. Thanks for the help, and you're welcome for my help. Yeah, Ford's face right now looks like mine, just like... Mabel sends a wink and a finger gun as she leaves. Your heart pieces in your chest as Ford looks at Mabel's exit with an unreadable look, then faces you. You see, I know what's going on. This isn't the first time Mabel's tried to find my match. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. You can't find the words to express your mixture of relief and confusion, Ford explains. I suppose she's at that age where kids are thinking about romance and dating. Stanley and I are just two of her recent subjects for these compatibility experiments. Last time, Mabel reached out to Mermondo to set me up with a merman. She didn't tell me what kind of situation it was, so I unknowingly grilled him with enough scientific queries about mer people to send him back underwater with a grumpy burgle. Ford gives you a small, genuine smile. Able to just But I can't say that it's all been bad. After all, I haven't managed to repeat that kind of mistake yet here. Bill. Oh well. Okay. High 6, high 6, high 6. Okay, high 6. Go for the high 6. It's a little goofy, but you're not quite ready to make any Mabel approving moves on him yet. Especially when he's still caked in flour and icing. You hold up a hand and grin at him. Make a good team, cupcakes or otherwise, and you better tell me more about those mer people. Ford laughs and returns your high 5-6 offer. I'll be sure to tell you all about them after we fix this mess. You both look around the disaster scene of a kitchen. Seems Mabel conveniently had other things to do. She's left you and Ford with the task of cleaning. Ford rolls his sleeves up and adjusts his glasses. Come on, let's get this kitchen cleaned up. Oh gosh. Oh boy. Looks like we did not do a good job this time around. No, you cannot have a high 6. Okay, well. For now. Been live for almost 5 hours. I'm going to take a 15-minute break. I need to go get some food. And then we'll be back and we'll play more. 15 minutes. Y'all should be fine. Here you are. Hang on. Beep, beep. Hang on. I got the wrong layer. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm not very good with this yet. Right, I will be back at some point. Give it 15 minutes. I just need to go up and eat dinner or something, because I have only eaten a burrito for breakfast. Yes, you heard that right. A burrito. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. Hey, guys. Sorry that took so long. I also had to shower. I appreciate anybody who stuck around. Hey, guys. I'm back. Okay. Next layers. Everything else is visible. Alright. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys still being here. Because we all know that you guys really want to be here. Okay. You don't think you've been more nervous in your life. Abel came with you yesterday when you went shopping for extra clothes. Since Stan's mechanic stills left your car still being worked on, and you realized you needed more clothes than you packed. However, she managed to sneak in a relatively fancy set of clothes to add to your pile of summer-appropriate clothing, and she flourishes them in your direction with a wide, brace-faced grin. Ta-da for tonight. You stare at the fancy outfit like it's going to jump out of Mabel's hands and attack you. Mabel, are you sure Ford agreed to this? Of course he did. I asked. I forgot to do the Mabel foot. Did you don't look up in chat? What do you mean don't look up in chat? I hope my dog didn't dig down here. It smells like dog down here. I don't even know what that is, to be honest, so you're kind of off the hook. Of course he did. I asked him and everything. He dropped whatever he was working on instantly. And it hit the other stuff on his desk, which fell to the floor, and then he said, I'd love to, but I'll need a fashion makeover. Please help me, Mabel. You're my favorite great niece. Oh, boy. Sarah actually said something else, but he said yes at the end of it. Now, come on. I have to put the finishing touches on this perfect date. Get dressed, then come to the living room. She shoves the clothes at you and leaves you in the room to get yourself ready. What do you do? Yeah, this will be right about now. You put on the outfit Mabel picked out for you and head to the living room, where Dipper promptly guards the way into the kitchen with his noodle arms. Mabel wants me to keep you in here until Great Uncle Ford is ready. Okay then, I'll stay here. Take a seat in Stan's recliner, trying to look relaxed and composed. But your shaking hands give you away to Dipper. He's reading in front of the door. You look nice. I know Mabel picked it. It kinda helped. But it's nice. He's trying to distract you. Sweet kid. You smile at him. He smiles back before returning to his book, The Field Guide to Bigfoot. Ooh, boy. Got some big reads here. This was very, very sudden. Did I miss this? When were Ford and I doing this? I saw that Mabel clicked off stream. I miss. Sides. Did you guys roll the infinite die? Is that what I'm seeing? Yeah, no, Mabel is dying first. Hey, you got ice cream. Glitter bombs? What did you two do? It's just... Waddle's trying to buy hoodies. Hey, Lorelai, this, was not, normal. Hey, Her. Hi, welcome. Yeah, we've been here for a very long time. I said we would... Python user? Okay. Okay, thank you. When words are mashed together, I can't read it, so thank you. But yeah. Oh boy. Marcus, you can come in now. You jolt to your feet, a heart in your throat. What do you do? Dipper, what do I do? Dipper stands up and awkwardly pats your hand. Just be yourself, Marcus. Great Uncle Ford likes you. I can tell. Trust me. He gently shoves you towards the kitchen door. It looms in front of you menacingly. Now, go get him, Tiger. Was that weird to say? Good luck out there. Dating my great uncle. Gross. Anyway. Oh, well, I'm glad Dipper has the same reaction as me. I don't necessarily pick favorites with who I kill and who I don't kill. Okay. Oh. Okay. So I'm gonna stop the YouTube stream and start it back up really quickly, so hang on.